On the 17th of July 1918, at a house in the Soviet city of Yekaterinburg, the Romanov imperial royal family of Russia stand terrified and shaking in front of a firing squad. Tsar Nicholas II, along with his wife and 5 children, were brutally shot in cold blood by the communist Bolsheviks.
The Bolsheviks were terrorists. They wanted a reign of blood, and they wanted the blood of the Romanovs.
But rumors soon started to circulate that there may have been a survivor.
Grand Duchesses had diamonds stitched into their corsets, and it acted as a bulletproof vest, basically.
2 years later, a young woman discovered in a Berlin hospital came forward claiming to be Princess Anastasia Romanov.
And indeed, she really did look like her. Her features were very similar.
For nearly 100 years, researchers and investigators searched for the truth. What they discovered was one of the most chilling royal deaths of all time.
It wasn't an execution, it was a murder.
To this day, the deaths of the Romanov family remains one of the most controversial subjects in Russian history. It was a murder mystery that spanned nearly a century, attracting the attention of numerous professional and amateur investigators. It pushed the boundaries of forensic research and was the subject of countless conspiracies, including the theory that one of the daughters may have survived. The Romanovs had ruled over Russia since 1613, during which time the country had become one of the largest economic and military powers in the world.
The Romanov family were the last in the line of a 300-year-old dynasty that ruled Russia.
Traditionally in Russia, the Tsar and Tsaritsa had always been viewed as these semi-divine beings.
And they believed themselves as godlike. They believed in the divine right of kings.
Many peasants would see the Romanovs, and Nicholas in particular, almost as a religious iconic figure. He was head of the Russian Orthodox Church.
Nicholas and Alexander were not indifferent to the people. In fact, they admired the simple Russian peasant and their devotion to God and their powerful sense of belief.
There was the most enormous respect and affection from most classes, really, for the Tsar and his family.
But times were changing.
The life of the ordinary peasant was miserable. Often they lodged in the same single-room hovel with their animals on earthen floors, with a hole in the roof for the smoke to escape.
As life in Russia grew increasingly hard for the common people, a greater divide began to grow between them and the Tsar.
Russia in the early 20th century was a very complex society. Peasant society still flourished, so it was a country struggling to enter the 20th century.
The vast population were, of course, the peasant population, who lived the poorest lives imaginable.
The Romanov dynasty were ruling like an 18th century monarchy, and we were in a 20th century country. There was something horribly wrong there and completely out of sync.
At his coronation, he said,
I shall maintain the principle of autocracy just as firmly and unflinchingly as it was preserved by my dead father.
You cannot have a communist or Soviet system coexisting with an autocratic royal family. It's not going to work.
And because of that, really, he set in train his own path to his own terrible end.
But the turning point came on what became known as Bloody Sunday.
We, the working men and inhabitants of St. Petersburg, come to thee, sire, to seek defense.
On Sunday, the 22nd of January 1905, a crowd of over 3,000 people, including women and children, marched on the Tsar's residence in St. Petersburg. It was intended to be a peaceful protest, aimed at highlighting the poor working conditions of Russia's peasant workforce.
Thousands of people marched on the Winter Palace with petitions, demands for better working conditions to alleviate the poverty. The Cossacks fired warning shots over the heads of the crowds and then fired into the crowds when they didn't disperse.
It is estimated that over 130 people died from the shooting, but many more lost their lives in the ensuing stampede as people tried to flee from the gunshots. Even though Nicholas was not in St. Petersburg at the time, and nor did he give the order to open fire on the crowd, the events of that Sunday gave rise to huge resentment against the Tsar.
Much of the respect and much of the love for Nicholas II instantly evaporated that day.
And that was the spark, really, that lit the Russian Revolution.
Under Tsar Nicholas, Russia was undergoing a period of severe political, social, and economic hardship. To make matters worse, by 1914, the world was seeing the onset of the Great War. In fear of a German invasion, Nicholas approved the mobilization of his troops, which was viewed as an act of aggression.
Germany declared war on Russia. And Germany was so much better prepared, whereas Russia simply wasn't, and the losses were almost incalculable.
World War I may be hell in the West. It is pure hell, 10 times over for the Russian.
The cost of World War I on the Russian people was catastrophic. They had lost over 3 million soldiers to fighting, and nearly 1 million civilians to disease and starvation. Russia was on the brink of economic and military collapse. The peasants, who were bearing the brunt of the hardship, put the blame firmly on Nicholas.
You saw the imperial family sleepwalking towards disaster. You saw them teetering on the precipice of the Russian Revolution, still living in such great opulence, still blind to the fact that their people were being slaughtered in droves in World War I.
The mounting grievances of their people, along with the increased instability of the country, meant that the Romanov family were heading towards the complete eradication of their 300-year-old dynasty. In 1917, under increasing pressure from the provisional government led by Alexander Kerensky, Tsar Nicholas II of Russia had no other option but to abdicate. He had hoped in doing so, it would guarantee the safety of his family.
He made the decision to abdicate while he was still at the front in command of the Russian army. He was a long way away from his family, 600 miles away, and he had to make a very difficult and dramatic decision. One has to admire him because he felt he was doing the best thing for Russia.
Nicholas II actually returned to Tsarskoye Selo, to the Alexander Palace, which is where he and the family had lived since the birth of the Tsarevich.
Now, in the meantime, while he'd been traveling back, his wife Alexandra, who was at the palace with the 5 children, had been placed under house arrest. And when Nicholas came back, he too was effectively told, "You're now a prisoner, you're under house arrest here."
They were no longer the imperial family. He was Colonel Romanov, and his family were no longer the imperial family.
Nicholas and his family were put under house arrest at the Alexander Palace, partly as punishment, but mainly for their own protection.
Kerensky and the provisional government genuinely feared for his safety.
It was very difficult for the new provisional government to placate the various different groups within Russia, some of whom wanted Nicholas to be taken out effectively and tried and shot.
While confined to the palace, Kerensky allowed them to live in relative peace and afforded them many of the usual comforts they were used to.
They still had a degree of freedom insofar as they could still go out into part of the park that surrounded the Alexander Palace. And Nicholas was always very keen on taking exercise, so you'd see them rowing on the lake and that kind of thing.
Despite being under arrest, Nicholas, who was now released of his duties, relished the time he now had to spend with his family. He paid close interest to his youngest daughter, Anastasia, who was described as a bright and mischievous child. They shared a love for the outdoors and would often be seen climbing trees and playing together in the snow.
Nicholas was almost transformed into a completely different character.
He seemed to have taken it rather well, or dispassionately. But then again, the imperial family believed in fate. They were deeply religious people, so they believed that anything that happened to them was sent by God to try them. And my goodness, would that come home and haunt them?
After several months of peaceful confinement in St. Petersburg, the situation in Russia had started to grow increasingly hostile.
Sooner or later, the mob in Petrograd were going to come down to Tsarskoye Selo, which is only 15 miles away, probably storm the palace and try and haul out Nicholas and Alexander and kill them.
It was decided that they were to be moved further away from Tsarskoye Selo, and they were moved almost 2,000 miles from St. Petersburg to Siberia, to the town of Tobolsk.
Tobolsk is a town in the Tyumen Oblast region of Russia and the former capital of Siberia. Kerensky had requisitioned the governor's mansion to accommodate the Tsar and his family. Here they were to spend the coming winter months, hidden away from the dangers of the ongoing revolution.
And the reason they chose Tobolsk was that it was effectively cut off for a good 6 months of the year by snow and ice, and the rivers were frozen, there was no railway. And at the time, it seemed a very secure place to move the family to.
Clearly, this was a little bit of a come down from living in a royal palace, but it was still a reasonably civilized, surroundings and standard of life.
Primarily for that family, as long as they were together and allowed to see the world outside and take fresh air and walk and be a family, that is what they clung to. And that really is what kept them going.
And then come the 10 days that shake the world. The masses take charge of their destiny. With rifle, bayonet, machine gun, the Bolsheviks seize power.
By October, the Bolshevik Party had overthrown Kerensky's government and seized control for themselves.
Well, the Bolsheviks were what became the Communist Party, founded by Lenin in 1905. And they rose to power, really, on the fall of the Tsar, but also the ineptitude of the provisional government. Theirs was a reign of terror. The Bolsheviks were terrorists. They wanted a reign of blood, and they wanted the blood of the Romanovs.
This is the dictatorship of the proletariat, a power won and maintained by violence, power that is unrestricted by any laws, resting directly on force. Keep this well in mind.
The moment the Bolsheviks took over, probably all chance and all hope of getting out began to fade very rapidly. And yet they found the good in it, they found the positives, and they said things like, so long as we can stay together, so long as we have each other, we'd be quite happy to carry on living here. They would have been more than grateful just to be allowed to live out their lives somewhere like that and just be a loving and supportive family. But everything changed.
The White Russians rebel against the Reds' peace effort. Allied troops fight to keep Russia in the war.
While the family were at Tobolsk, fierce fighting broke out across Russia between the new Bolshevik government and the anti-communist White Army. The pro-royalist White Russians, who wanted the Tsar reinstated, were now closing in on the house in Tobolsk.
The Bolsheviks holding the Romanovs decided they had to move them somewhere even more secure, where they could keep even tighter control over them, which was the city of Yekaterinburg.
They were moved to a former merchant's home called Ipatiev House in the city of Yekaterinburg in the Russian Urals. This was to be a far cry from anything the family had ever experienced before. Known by the Bolsheviks as the House of Special Purpose, it was to become the scene of one of the most horrific events in Russian history.
Just as the family arrived, a large wooden palisade was erected all around the front of the house. People wanted to see, but because the palisade was there, they were warned off in no uncertain terms.
All of their luxuries were taken away from the family, and they were now under constant guard.
They were prisoners. They were imprisoned.
Only their most faithful servants were allowed to go with them, including Alexandra's maid and Alexei's physician, Dr. Botkin.
They came out to use the lavatory or the bath. There were guards standing there. They were watched and very, very closely confined.
It was pretty grim. They weren't allowed the ministrations of a priest. Food was rationed. Nicholas and Alexandra both said that the regime there was hostile to them and they felt under threat.
There were machine guns in the top of the house. There was a machine gun point in the garden. There was a machine gun in the basement. It had been turned into a fortress, effectively.
It soon became apparent to Nicholas that any hope of salvation was rapidly fading away, along with their chances of surviving captivity.
There wasn't an awful lot else that they could do, apart from pray for their delivery.
The person in charge of their imprisonment and the man responsible for the conditions they were living under was Yakov Yurovsky, a fully-fledged Bolshevik and committed Marxist who was described by the local people as a dangerous man.
In the Tsar's letters, he said he was more than unnerved by Yurovsky and that he sort of had the measure of an evil man. So I'm sure there was a presentiment that they were not safe. They were surrounded by very hostile people.
By July 1918, the Romanovs had been at Ipatiev House for nearly 78 days. The confinement, fear, and living conditions had taken their toll on the family. But around midnight on the 17th of July, a glimmer of hope, as news arrived that they were to be moved.
The White Russians were closing in on Yekaterinburg, so salvation might have been at hand.
In fact, what happened, the family woken up about 2 in the morning and told that the situation was getting too dangerous in Yekaterinburg. There was too much shooting going on, and they would have to move them down in the basement, and there they would wait in the basement, and a truck would come to take them somewhere else.
So they got dressed and came down to the basement, quite literally lambs to the slaughter.
But it soon became clear to the family that their captors had no intention of letting them leave.
The moment only came when Yurovsky stood in front of the Tsar with a piece of paper and said, "By order of the Yekaterinburg Executive Committee, you are going to be shot." And Nicholas was so taken aback. He actually asked him to repeat it.
And Yurovsky read it a second time. And then, once he'd finished, he then took the Colt revolver from his pocket and shot the Tsar in the chest.
This sort of fusillade rings out in this tiny little room, and several bullets hit him in the chest.
When the smoke died down, it was clear and obvious most of the royal family are still alive. Nicholas is dead. He's killed instantly.
Because all the assassins wanted to shoot Nicholas first, the others started screaming and running around the room.
And that's when carnage began.
And gunshot after gunshot rings through this room.
The two older Grand Duchesses clung to one another.
It was a horrible, chaotic scene.
Olga ended up being shot through the jaw.
There was screaming, there was blood and brains and God knows what else.
Countless bullets must have gone into these poor people's bodies.
Vomit, blood, brain matter.
I can't imagine how indescribably horrible that was, that scene. But it was no neat execution.
Yurovsky ordered that the bodies of the Romanov family be taken away and buried in unmarked graves at his secret location.
Yurovsky had arranged for a Fiat truck to come at an appointed hour and be waiting outside the palisades, gunning its engine, ready for the bodies to be loaded and taken out to this site they had wrecked out in the Koptyaki forest. This Fiat truck trundled off, overloaded with all these bodies into the forest. It took hours and hours to get where it should in the forest because it kept sinking in the mud and getting stuck.
They were to be taken 9 miles into the forest to a place called the Four Brothers Mine.
And they start dropping them down what they thought was a mine working to discover that it was only about 8 feet deep and very shallow and full of water.
Wasn't deep enough for the family.
And Yurovsky takes one look and says, well, I'm sorry, chaps. We're all going to have to come back tomorrow and take the bodies somewhere else because the monarchists and the local peasants are going to find them in 5 minutes. They had to all come back the next day, drag them out of this water-filled hole, put them back in the truck, and the plan was to take them off 10 miles north of the city to a proper mine and dump them down there. But of course, this Fiat truck, again, kept getting stuck in the mud. And eventually, Yurovsky, completely exhausted, just capitulated and said, right, that's it. We just dump them here. There's a horrible dimension to this story which almost descends into black comedy, and that was the gross ineptitude in the planning and execution of the murders themselves.
He totally misjudged the process by which you bury a relatively large group of individual people. He just didn't work out how physically demanding, time-consuming it would be.
They were finally buried, if you like, in this pit with railway sleepers, wooden railway sleepers put over them, and the truck backwards and forwards over the railway sleepers to push them down. 2 of the children were not amongst them.
And as we shall see, it's that decision that will have fateful consequences in many decades to come.
The Russian authorities admitted to killing Tsar Nicholas, but would neither confirm nor deny what had happened to his family. The exact fate of the Romanovs remained a mystery to all but those involved in the events at Apatiev House.
The Bolsheviks admitted Nicholas had been shot. That was a fait accompli. The Tsar was dead. And the news of that got out quite quickly.
But that certainly didn't include the Grand Duchesses or Alexei, which opened the door, really, for all of the conspiracy theories that possibly one of the Grand Duchesses, either Anastasia or Maria, had survived, or that the Tsarevich had survived, actually, and been spirited away.
The Russian government never took responsibility, and because they never took responsibility, they felt, understandably, they had no obligation to answer secondary questions about, oh, who was killed then?
It seemed as if the mystery of the Romanovs would remain confined to the history books. But in 1920, a young woman, apparently suffering from amnesia, was found in the German city of Berlin. She was taken to a mental asylum, where she was described by the hospital staff as German-speaking, but with a Russian accent. She carried no official papers and refused to identify herself. She was known only as Anna Anderson.
Well, Anna Anderson was discovered in an asylum in Berlin, I think in 1920, so 2 years after the murder of the imperial family.
Shortly after arriving at the hospital, Anderson, who had previously stated that she had no memory of her former life, made the astonishing claim that she was none other than Anastasia Romanov.
And she spent much of her life trying to convince the world that she really was Anastasia. And indeed, she really did look like her. Her features were very similar. And if you look at young pictures of Anastasia and pictures of a middle-aged Anna Anderson, you can see why a lot of people might be gulled into thinking they're one and the same person. No one knows what happened to Anastasia, and yet there's this woman who's come out of Europe and had come up with this story that she'd been rescued by this peasant who had taken her all the way across Russia and into Europe and then to her freedom.
Even by 1968, Anna Anderson was still pursuing the claim that she was the lost princess Anastasia Romanov. She even took the matter to the German courts in hope of gaining official recognition.
The Anastasia claim, the Anna Anderson claim, went on for decades. She was in and out the courts being, and there were rival camps of supporters and detractors, and the whole Anastasia controversy went on and on and on.
Yes, it seemed fantastic, but it was a time of fantastic stories. And furthermore, people really wanted to believe it. They really wanted to believe that this beautiful, playful, mischievous princess was still alive and well.
By this opportunity, I thank all my friends everywhere who have been assisting me in all my troubles all these many years.
And basically, the Russians kind of sat back and let them get on with it because all the time, no one could work out what happened. It suited them because they didn't have to admit to what they'd done.
The courts dismissed her claim due to lack of evidence, but she remained adamant of her identity right up until her death in 1984. Was there any truth to her story? Could Anna Anderson have been the missing Romanov daughter? It seemed like a question no one would ever be able to answer. Until a monumental discovery was made in the Siberian Urals.
In 1991, a Russian archaeologist makes, frankly, the discovery of a lifetime. After a lot of careful research, he discovers the exact spot where the Romanovs are buried. It's unearthed, and there are all these corpses, and they match the Romanovs. There's a man the right height as the Tsar. There's a woman the right age. The skeletons match. This is, gonna close the story.
The scientists say it's nearly 100% certain that these are indeed the bones of the last Tsar and his family.
The bodies found in Yekaterinburg were forensically proven to be the Romanovs. But there was a problem.
If we have the remains of Romanovs, 2 bodies are still missing, and it is a mystery. There's controversial historical accounts on this, whether they were buried separately or survived, who knows.
2 of the bodies are missing, that of Anastasia and her brother Alexei. Where are they?
All the time those 2 children's bodies were missing, people would still claim, but there's 2 bodies missing, maybe 2 of them got away.
And as a result of this, the myth or the story or the legend that Anastasia survived continues, and it continues for a very long time.
If the family had all died in the basement of Ipatiev house, why were they not buried together? Speculation started to circulate about why Alexei and one of his sisters were not with the rest of their family. There was a theory at the time that Anastasia may have survived the hail of gunshots.
The people in charge of confining them were basically local revolutionaries. They weren't people who had been brought in from Moscow or anywhere else.
These were not trained assassins. They were not sharpshooters. Some of the killers had little or no experience of how to handle a gun.
Each man was told which member of the royal family he was to shoot at. They didn't really want to know about shooting a child. They were only there as part of the execution party to kill Nicholas Romanov.
It was quite prestigious, after all, to be able to say that you were guarding Nicholas the Bloody, the awful ex-emperor.
You could imagine the fog from all of those guns blazing, but the Grand Duchesses didn't die.
There was even a suggestion that she may have unwittingly protected herself against the bullets.
During the course of their captivity, the girls in particular had progressively sewn rubies, diamonds and emeralds into their corsets. I suppose they still clung on to the hope that they were going to get out of this situation, and they wanted to get out of the situation with as much of the valuables that they had taken with them.
We don't really know. Forensically, I don't know the sequence of how they died, except that I think the girls were definitely wounded and screaming and huddled together in a corner.
It became apparent very quickly that it looked as though the bullets were ricocheting off them.
The guards tried to finish them off with bayonets, and they were even inept, trying to bayonet the poor girls.
Of course, the bayonets were not able to get through the camisoles that the girls were wearing.
It's nearly 75 years to the day since the family was shot at this house in Ekaterinburg. The daughters had filled their corsets with hidden jewellery, which deflected the bullets, and they had to be attacked with bayonets. It may be that as they were carted away, Anastasia and Alexei escaped.
So if Anastasia did survive, how could she have escaped?
The bodies were dragged out of the cellar, at which point one of the Grand Duchesses still showed signs of life.
Now, this was given as kind of fact, and I've no way of disputing it or no, but when the bodies were being brought out on stretchers, one of the Grand Duchesses, she's thought to have been Anastasia, actually sat up, covering her face with her hands and screamed.
So whether a sympathetic guard had rescued one of them, it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Again, the focus was put onto the now deceased Anna Anderson. Could she have been telling the truth? Was she really the lost Grand Duchess Anastasia Romanov? By 1994, advancements in DNA allowed the authorities to test a tissue sample that had been gathered from Anna Anderson 20 years before.
Tissue sample was discovered from a hospital where she'd had some kind of bowel operation, and that, of course, was tested for DNA.
So they have to find a DNA match with someone alive who's related to the Romanovs. And in fact, the investigators go to no less a figure than Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, the husband of the Queen of Britain.
Prince Philip is related to the Tsarina Alexandra through his maternal bloodline. Investigators were able to cross-reference his DNA with both the Romanov remains and the Anna Anderson tissue sample. After extensive testing, the highly anticipated results were revealed to the world at an international press conference.
Here the Tsar, Tsarina, and 5 children. Firstly, the samples said to have come from Anna Anderson could not be associated with a maternal relative of the Tsarina or of His Royal Highness Prince Philip.
The genetic testing proved beyond all reasonable doubt that Anna Anderson was not Anastasia Romanov.
The whole thing was fabricated.
Whoever she was, she certainly wasn't a member of the Russian royal family.
This was a fantastic story in a time in which there are a lot of fantastic stories.
It turned out that Anna Anderson had been born in Poland in 1896 and had a long history of psychological problems before emigrating to Germany in 1920.
It was shown that she was, in fact, a Polish factory worker called Franziska Szankowska, and DNA tests were done to prove her connection to that.
As the investigators were unable to explain why 2 bodies were still missing, the Russian Orthodox Church refused to preside over the burial of the bones found in Yekaterinburg.
The official ceremony to rebury the Romanov remains in 1998 went ahead on the strength of DNA testing done in Russia and America and Britain, I think, as well, but without the official sanction of the Russian Orthodox Church.
Despite the overwhelming DNA evidence that supports the fact that these were the graves of the Romanovs, there are still people today, especially in Russia, who just don't accept it. This includes the Orthodox Church in Russia, who simply still can't accept that the Tsar met his end in this way.
What little they have said is that, we need to satisfy ourselves that this is the Russian royal family. We will undertake our own scientific investigation.
But while investigators were able to solve the Anna Anderson mystery, in doing so, they created another. If Anderson was not the missing princess, then where was she? The search was now on to find out once and for all what really happened to the missing Romanov children. It took over 15 years and numerous archaeological digs, but persistence finally paid off. After excavating a site less than 70 meters from the first grave, they made another startling find.
Well, in 2007, an amateur archaeologist discovered another pit containing remains, and they were the remains of an adolescent boy, the Tsarevich, Alexei, and a girl, aged between, I think, 17 and 20, which would have made her either Anastasia or Maria.
Now, this Russian team of scientists have concluded Anastasia was murdered with the Romanovs in 1918.
The work done at Aldermaston meant crushing bone to extract mitochondrial DNA, genetic material passed only through the mother. It was compared with samples from living relatives on the maternal line. One was Prince Philip, his DNA exactly matching that of his great-aunt, the Tsarina, and her daughters.
This proves once and for all that those 2 graves in the Yekaterinburg held the remains of the Romanovs.
For more than 70 years, the fate of Tsar Nicholas II and the last Russian royal family has fascinated the Western world. Their murder by a Bolshevik firing squad brutalized the Russian Revolution. But communism had no time for sentiment. Soviet history books dismissed the act as revolutionary justice.
So laying the Romanovs to rest may help their people begin to come to terms with what has happened to them in the intervening 75 years.
For all the conspiracies, lies, and press attention that the Romanov mystery received, it would be easy to forget that at the heart of this story was a husband, wife, and 5 children whose lives were cut tragically short in what is still considered one of the darkest times in their country's history.
There is still a certain kind of romance attached to that. To tragedy, there is a kind of romance. And so it would have been appealing to have thought that maybe this young Grand Duchess had been spirited away into the forest.
I think you'd have to be inhuman not to want to believe that at least one of the Grand Duchesses or the Tsarevich Alexei had survived that horrific massacre. If you looked at the photographs of the imperial family and those 4 Grand Duchesses, all in identical white dresses and the beautiful hats and the gloves and the little boy in the sailor costume, who would believe that anybody would be capable of shooting and bayoneting these beautiful and innocent creatures?
The murders of the Romanov royal family were the start of a nearly century-long mystery. It spawned hundreds of archaeological digs, countless tabloid stories, and produced numerous imposters claiming to have survived the massacre. Just how had so many people been duped into believing that anyone could possibly have made it out alive?
We have to confront this ridiculous myth at this point about the bullets bouncing off the girls. The bullets did not bounce off them. They weren't flak jackets. The reason it took so long to kill them all was because the murderers were so inept, and there was pandemonium and screaming and running around and thick, acrid smoke.
In a word, Yurovsky was an incompetent. You know, he made a complete hash of the execution, he made a complete hash of the burials, and most of the controversies that exist to this very day can be traced back to the incompetency of this revolutionary.
And it shows that history is always a living thing, despite their deaths. You know, the stories these people will always live. And of course, with someone like Anastasia, her story was always clouded and was always, muddied by so much nonsense and all these imposters. And it's great to be able to visit the tomb now and see her there finally at rest.
In 1888, the people of Victorian London were in a state of panic. A series of violent and brutal murders in the impoverished district of the capital known as Whitechapel had seen the emergence of one of the most notorious serial killers the world has ever seen, Jack the Ripper.
It's all the stuff of nightmares.
There is a real panic amongst the East End especially.
The pseudonym given to the unknown man who stalked the city at night struck fear into the hearts of even the most hardened Londoners. As the number of victims grew, so too did the number of suspects. Over the years, countless claims have been made about the real identity of the Ripper, and over 100 people have found themselves subject to the ongoing investigation, including the once future King of Great Britain, Prince Albert Victor.
There is smoke, but we don't know if there's fire.
People can be removed, and people can be made scapegoats. People can disappear. I don't think they would have thrown Prince Eddie to the wolves, that's for sure.
Just how did a Victorian prince get caught up in one of the most infamous murder cases in criminal history? Prince Albert Victor has become one of the most controversial figures in the history of the British monarchy. Amid rumors of schizophrenia and links to an underage male brothel, both his sexuality and mental health were the subject of speculation. But how did the grandson of Queen Victoria come to be named as a possible suspect in the Jack the Ripper case? What had he done to bring suspicion upon himself? And why was there a link between the Whitechapel murders and the future King of Great Britain? Prince Albert Victor, known to his family as Eddie, was born in 1862. He was the eldest son of the Prince of Wales, the future King Edward VII. At the time of his birth, he was second in line to the throne and the grandson of the reigning monarch, Queen Victoria.
He was quite a quirky-looking individual. He had quite bulging eyes, and he was known for having this extremely long and distended neck.
As a child and a teenager, Eddie was described as good and kind and sweet, slightly docile. This pleased Queen Victoria, his grandmother, because she didn't like children. She certainly didn't like boisterous children. So Prince Eddie was a particular favourite of Queen Victoria. I think it's fair to say that Princess Alexandra, Prince Eddie's mother, mollycoddled the children. And you see Prince Eddie in photographs always clinging to Princess Alexandra, because the other side of his life was with tutors, with his tutor, Mr. Dalton.
Dr. John Dalton was actually selected by Queen Victoria to be Eddie and George's tutor, and she considered him to be the right kind of moral character, if you like, to be responsible for the upbringing of these two boys.
Dalton proved to be a stern and unforgiving teacher. He often berated Eddie for his lack of academic ability, accusing him of being lazy and obtuse.
Prince Eddie was allegedly slower than Prince George, so Prince George was really shielding him in some ways from his tutor, Mr. Dalton, who I think was very unfair. One would say that Prince Eddie was backward, or that he was abnormal, or his brain was slow. To say this about a child of 5, 6, 7 years old is more a reflection on the tutor than on the child.
When his time as Dalton's pupil came to an end, Eddie went on to study at university, where it was soon realized that the young prince was far from scholarly.
He did go to Cambridge University, as indeed monarchs have to go to effectively, and it was said of him that there was really no point in him attending any of the lectures at Cambridge because he probably didn't even understand the meaning of the words to read. So I think you get a very clear picture of a perfectly likeable individual, but really exceptionally dim.
After Cambridge, Eddie was made a military officer, a role that seemed to suit him well. His instructors soon realized that Eddie learned from listening rather than reading and writing, and reported that he had no problems retaining information.
Prince Eddie was in the 10th Hussars, which was Beau Brummel's regiment, and he certainly looked the part in the uniform. You know, his father used to joke and tell the royal children to call him Prince Eddie Collars and Cuffs because he had this very long neck and he used to wear these quite exaggerated collars and exaggerated cuffs. He was a dandy. In those days, his type would be called a masher, which is a sort of swaggering,
dandy soldier, and he was it, with the twirly moustache. So he looked the part of a sort of a dashing young prince. The fact that he was obviously never filmed, and you rarely heard him speak because he didn't give speeches. He was a bit like a tailor's dummy in a way. He was perfect because he looked it. He looked like a very handsome young royal prince, but didn't have to do an awful lot apart from look magnificent in a uniform and magnificent on a horse.
In 1888, Eddie relocated to London, which even in Victorian times was a bustling, vibrant, and metropolitan city.
But of course, people like Prince Albert Victor live in the brightest part of the city. They live in the glittering West End. They live in palaces and grand houses in Belgravia and Mayfair. So their city is a very, very glamorous part of it. But much of Victorian London is desperately squalid.
It was a city of two halves. The well-heeled, glamorous areas of Mayfair and the West End were completely different and a far cry from the impoverished areas of the capital.
I think we all have a very strong image of Victorian London, don't we? It's a grimy, very dark place, lit by lamps. There's always a fog. And this fog is actually caused by industrial activity rather than just bad weather. It's a highly polluted, dirty city.
Some of the most notorious slums were situated in the hub of London's East End, Whitechapel. It was an area beset by crime, filled with brothels and desperate alcoholism. Definitely not somewhere to be seen if you were a member of high society.
There'll be people living in absolute abject poverty in the slums of Whitechapel, eking out really pitiful existences in the grime and the dirt in these kind of rat-festooned slums.
You had this very dark underbelly of society. Depravity probably wouldn't be too strong a word, socially and morally. You had these almost two worlds within one city.
But despite the dangers that came with the seedier parts of London, men from all classes often visited, under the cover of darkness, in the hope of enjoying the many illicit forms of entertainment that were on offer.
It was frowned upon in high society to be seen to be misbehaving, so you would have to do it behind closed doors.
Victorian society, many might argue, was a highly hypocritical concept. Everybody knew how they should speak, dress, and behave, so it was a very, very codified society.
And the Queen led that sort of moral crusade to make Britain appear to be religious, appear to be moral. That doesn't mean that it necessarily was.
In spite of the strict protocols of Victorian society, London was a place that catered to all vices. You just had to know where to look.
The more repressed a society is, the more vice flourishes behind the closed curtains. So in the Victorian era, there was nothing happening then that doesn't happen today.
The 19th century, from the beginning of the reign of Victoria to the very end of the reign of Victoria, was a smorgasbord of sexuality, sensuality, and indulgence.
People from upper-class backgrounds could actually go a few miles away in a coach and find basically what they were looking for on tap.
The main thing was money. If you had money, you could buy anything you wanted, and the poor were there to service the rich.
Prostitution was both common and widespread in the poorer parts of London. Men from all walks of life ventured into the sleazier areas of the city in search of a good time, including, it was rumored, members of the royal family.
There were all kinds of brothels in London. There were sort of houses of assignation where prostitutes could take a client and pay perhaps £1 for an hour to rent a room. And there might be a bucket of filthy water and a flea-ridden mattress. Alternatively, there were houses of luxury where great ladies in their own right, women like Cora Pearl, lived and worked and were sort of courted by the aristocracy.
Members of the aristocracy and even royalty were known to frequent various illicit establishments throughout London. But although this was common knowledge, it was never reported. All of that was about to change.
Whatever you wanted to do, you could do if you had the means to do it. But if you were involved in a scandal, then that was it. If you were a person, a man of position, then your life was destroyed.
But for Prince Eddie, a scandal is exactly what happened. In 1889, he became involved in one of the biggest news stories of the age. It was just the beginning of the ruin of his reputation and the starting place for rumors that he may have been the man behind the Jack the Ripper murders.
A 15-year-old telegraph messenger was found to have 18 shillings on him. Now, the telegraph messengers were not supposed to carry money.
Police Constable Luke Hanks was assigned to investigate the case. He quizzed the telegraph boy about where the money had come from, and he received a surprising answer.
PC Hanks said to this boy, "Where did you get the money? Did you steal it?" And he said, No, I didn't steal it. It's my money. I've saved it up. Anyway, PC Hanks kept going, and finally he said, "Okay, I'm going to tell you the truth. I got the money by going to bed with gentlemen at Mr. Hammond's house at 19 Cleveland Street."
Brothels were hardly unusual in Victorian London, and the police largely turned a blind eye to them. Gay brothels, however, were a different matter.
Homosexuality in Victorian times was something that wasn't even spoken about. It was punishable by imprisonment and hard labour.
And that made Britain the most dangerous place in Europe to be a homosexual. Not only could you be caught if you were indecent in public, you could be caught in private as well.
The Cleveland Street scandal of 1889 was the type of scandal that simply really wouldn't take place today because we accept homosexuality. The fact that the police had discovered a male brothel catering to an exclusively gay market, and they found that many of the clientele of this brothel in central London were incredibly important aristocratic figures.
The client list he offered up read like a who's who of Victorian society.
As he was being taken to the police station, he said, "I think it's very unfair that I'm arrested and all the gentlemen and famous people who come to Cleveland Street are going to get off scot-free."
The telegraph boy gave up the names of several men who visited the brothel.
And he said that 2 aristocrats were involved in the Cleveland Street scandal. One was Lord Euston and one was Lord Arthur Somerset.
Lord Arthur Somerset was a peer of the realm and equerry to Eddie's father, the Prince of Wales.
A watch was kept on Cleveland Street, and Lord Arthur Somerset was seen to call there.
The police seized their opportunity to catch Lord Somerset red-handed and swooped on the house to make the arrest.
Now, Lord Arthur Somerset was a name to be conjured with. For a member of the Prince of Wales's court to be a regular patron of a male brothel was a big scandal.
Lord Somerset had sought the help of Arthur Newton, a talented but ruthless and unprincipled solicitor.
A solicitor called Arthur Newton jumped up and said, "I'm actually representing these men."
He knew full well that there was actually nothing to be gained by standing up in court and trying to argue that Somerset wasn't there. What he then decided to do, very shrewdly, was try to prevent Somerset ever coming to court in the first place, because he knew it was a loser.
Newton, along with Lord Somerset, decided to reveal the name of another man who they believed was a patron of number 19 Cleveland Street. But rather than disclose the full name, they only supplied the prosecution with 3 initials.
P.A.V. Now, in the documents which still exist, this letter is still there. And there's a little bit of paper taped over it. It was too dynamic, too explosive a name, even to leave uncovered.
The very threat of this was enough to convince the DPP to drop the case, even though they knew Lord Arthur Somerset was 100% guilty as charged.
PAV stood, of course, for Prince Albert Victor, the oldest son of the Prince of Wales and heir presumptive to the imperial throne of Great Britain.
Was Lord Somerset telling the truth? Could Prince Eddie have been a visitor to the male brothel at number 19 Cleveland Street? Whether it was true or not, enough damage to his reputation had been done for him to be considered a suspect in another crime that had left the public riveted. In 1888, Mary Jane Kelly was murdered and mutilated in a boarding house in London's East End. She is believed to have been the last victim of the notorious serial killer, Jack the Ripper. The other victims were Mary Ann Nichols, Annie Chapman, Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes. They became known as the Canonical Five. All were prostitutes from the Whitechapel area, whose murders were so brutal and horrific that panic spread throughout the capital. But what possible connection could there be between these 5 harrowing murders and the heir to the throne of Great Britain?
The time of the Ripper murders, many of the newspapers were printing all sorts of stories that actually engendered panic in a lot of members of the population. But if you were living in that area, you were genuinely worried. And especially if you were a sex worker, you would imagine that actually your next client could be a man who's going to disembowel you. There is a real panic amongst the East End especially.
All of the victims had been subjected to barbarous and sickening attacks by a clearly unhinged individual. The gory details alone were terrifying. But what really scared people was the knowledge that the police had no idea who the culprit was. Famously, the killer was never caught. Over the years, many claims have been made and theories put forward about the real identity of Jack the Ripper. But probably the most sensational of them all came nearly 80 years after the events, when an article appeared in a little-known publication suggesting that the true identity of the Ripper had been covered up. The reason? He was a high-ranking member of the royal family.
The first time that Prince Albert Victor is specifically identified as a suspect for the Ripper killings is in 1970, when a hitherto obscure doctor called Thomas Stoll publishes this article in a magazine in which he identifies implicitly that the murderer was Prince Albert Victor.
Stoll's claim that Prince Eddie was the Ripper was based on the theory that Eddie had been suffering from some form of venereal disease, contracted on a tour of the East Indies.
He basically hinted in the story that this character that he doesn't name had been in the West Indies. Yes, Eddie had been in the West Indies. He then alleges that this individual caught syphilis, and as a result of that, his brain degenerated into insanity, and this was the root cause of these murders.
There was no cure for syphilis in the Victorian age, and when left untreated, it often spread to the brain and nervous system, causing the sufferer to experience confusion, mood changes, mental instability, and even psychosis.
This, of course, is an outlandish theory on first inspection, but it seems that Stoll has absolutely impeccable evidence. What is this? Well, according to Stoll, he's got the diaries of a physician called Sir William Gull.
Dr. William Gull was one of Queen Victoria's physicians. He had also treated Eddie's father, the Prince of Wales. Stoll suggested that Gull also treated Eddie for a severe psychological condition.
Gull has treated, supposedly, Prince Albert Victor for having syphilis and has a very, very clear idea that Prince Albert Victor also has an illness that causes him to go around killing and disemboweling women. Gull supposedly records this stuff in his own diary, and it's this diary that Stoll claims to have which directly implicates Prince Albert Victor.
Is there any merit to Thomas Stoll's theory? Is it possible that Prince Eddie was suffering from an illness that unhinged him enough to commit a series of bloody and brutal murders? And what hard evidence did Stoll put forward in support of his astonishing claims?
Now, to make matters a little bit more murky, almost as soon as he's published this article in The Criminologist magazine, Stoll then goes ahead and dies. After he's died, no one can find any of these papers that he supposedly has from Sir William Gull. So what are we left with? We're left with an article in an obscure magazine in 1970, written by a retired doctor who's now dead, with papers that don't seem to exist. This is kind of the weight of evidence we have against Prince Albert Victor, yet it's enough to keep his name as a suspect. Another author comes along later and says that he's got hold of Sir William Gull's papers from the New York Library of Medicine. Again, when that's checked out, the New York Library of Medicine goes, no, those papers simply aren't here. A lot of people are very keen to prove that Prince Albert Victor to be the Ripper, because what could be greater and more fun than having such an august figure as Jack the Ripper?
I think several biographies of Prince Eddie have all stated that the Royal Archive at Windsor says that his file has been somehow misplaced or lost or has not survived. If that's true, then it's a great shame, because the truth can never be told without the private papers. This leaves an open goal for people to say what they want about him.
But recently discovered correspondence written by Prince Eddie to one of his physicians, a Dr. Roach, has led to speculation that Eddie was indeed suffering from some form of sexually transmitted disease. In the letters, Eddie writes to his doctor, updating him about his current state of health. He writes that he is suffering from gleet, a Victorian term for one of the symptoms of gonorrhea. But the gossip about Eddie did not stop there. Another story was soon circulating that he had become involved in a dangerous relationship that threatened the future of the British monarchy.
There is a highly suspect rumour / story that Princess Alexandra sent Eddie off to the artist, Walter Sickert, to brush up his artistic skills.
Walter Sickert was an avant-garde English painter. The rumors had it that while taking lessons at Sickert's studio, Eddie had become involved with one of his models, which resulted in her giving birth to an illegitimate child.
While in Sickert's studio, he met a young woman. They had an affair, she had a child. It's all the stuff of nightmares stroke fairy tales, really.
It was suggested that the 5 Ripper victims had found out about Eddie's illegitimate child and attempted to blackmail him, and that their deaths were the result of a murderous cover-up sanctioned by the royal court.
There have been a number of stories that Eddie fathered illegitimate children. There have been a number of claims made over the years. These things are very hard to substantiate because it's only obviously in the modern era that one can establish beyond all reasonable doubt paternity through DNA testing and so forth.
Could it have been possible that Eddie had fathered an illegitimate child with one of Sickert's models, panicking the establishment into covering up the scandal by murder?
Issues have been raised about illegitimate children, but that doesn't mean that he is any way unique. You know, there are 10, 12, 15, 20, 100 people in similar positions to him where such accusations or assertions have been made. But at the end of the day, it's got to be said that there was, by definition, cannot be any absolute proof, circumstantial or otherwise, that this was the case.
The story about Prince Eddie fathering an illegitimate child, that's where the roots of the Jack the Ripper rumours started.
Is it conceivable that the Ripper killings occurred as the result of Prince Eddie having an illegitimate child?
The Sickert's son, I believe, who first started spreading that around. The girl's nursemaid, I think, was Mary Kelly, who was one of Jack the Ripper's victims, and that one of the 5 Jack the Ripper's victims were blackmailing Sickert. It all becomes like a sort of Victorian melodrama.
There were many theories put forward as to why Eddie may have been the Ripper. Countless tales involving government cover-ups and state-sanctioned murders. But they all seem to omit one vital detail. On the date that the first Ripper victim, Mary Ann Nichols, was murdered, Eddie was at Danby Lodge in Yorkshire. When Annie Chapman was murdered, the prince was staying at the cavalry barracks in York. During the double killing of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, Eddie was recorded by Queen Victoria in her diary as being in Abergeldy in Scotland. And when the final Ripper victim, Mary Jane Kelly, lost her life, Eddie was more than 100 miles away at the Royal Sandringham estate in Norfolk. If the stories of his involvement in the murders were true, then how could Prince Eddie have been in 2 places at once?
You didn't really see him at great royal events, so he wasn't visible to the public. There was a Prince Eddie, but you didn't see much of him.
Other than rumors and fanciful stories, there seems to be no hard proof that Prince Eddie was in any way connected with the Ripper killings. But what about the Cleveland Street scandal? Eddie was clearly identified as a potential suspect, but somehow he managed to keep his name out of the press.
There's pretty conclusive evidence that there was an establishment cover-up.
Something was going on and nobody quite knew what it was. Suddenly, 2 of the most eminent courtiers of the Queen and the Prince of Wales turned up, and they started sticking their sixpenneth in, saying, what's going on?
Lord Arthur Somerset fled to France and escaped prosecution. Some said that the Prime Minister, Lord Salisbury, had aided his escape. It seems entirely credible that he was saved to save the face of the aristocracy. But Lord Arthur Somerset wrote to his sister and several times said that he ran away to France because he was protecting PAV. So that placed Prince Albert Victor at number 19 Cleveland Street, which was a male brothel. Well, the British press could never name Prince Eddie, and nor could various MPs in the House of Commons who tried to bring up the fact that there was a cover-up and that Lord Arthur Somerset had been sent away to protect somebody much more important. Though the British press couldn't name Prince Albert Victor for fear of libel, the American press could. And the New York Times did name Prince Albert Victor. They did name Prince Eddie in relation to Cleveland Street. They were quite rude about him, saying he was rather thick-headed and debauched.
Could the rumors of a royal cover-up in the Ripper case have stemmed from Eddie's involvement in the Cleveland Street scandal?
We don't have absolute proof that Prince Eddie visited 19 Cleveland Street. What we have is circumstantial evidence, some nods and winks, and some very strong question marks. I think the first piece of circumstantial evidence is the kerfuffle in political circles, in government circles, in Whitehall, around the Cleveland Street scandal, which is otherwise inexplicable for a fairly straightforward prosecution. The second piece of evidence is that one of the telegraph boys talked about having sex with a tall gentleman with olive skin. That could have been a description of Prince Eddie when you look at photographs of him. He was tall and he did look foreign and he did have an olive complexion. Then there's the threat by Arthur Newton, the defense solicitor for Lord Arthur Somerset. Why would Arthur Newton risk making that threat if it was an empty threat? If you went around saying that the heir presumptive to the imperial throne was visiting a male brothel, you could expect some degree of retribution or some degree of trouble. It's very much a case of there is smoke, but we don't know if there's fire. But I think the very existence of smoke presupposes that there was something going on there.
Could the royal family have stepped in to cover up Eddie's involvement and protect the future king from scandal and potential ruin?
I would have to say that the royal family probably were above the law. In 1888, 1890, you can see the cover-up with Lord Arthur Somerset, that people can be removed and people can be made scapegoats, people can disappear. And the fact that all of these girls were murdered just to cover up the fact that the heir presumptive to the throne had had an illegitimate child, it doesn't ring true at all. I don't think they would have thrown Prince Eddie to the wolves, that's for sure.
In October that same year, Eddie was sent on a royal tour of India. The foreign press, who had accused the prince of being involved in the scandal, suggested that he had been forced to go to allow the dust to settle.
In 1891, Prince Eddie was sent abroad on a tour of India.
I think any royal tour, the British royal family, is very carefully planned and announced far in advance, whereas the tour that Prince Eddie was sent to in India was not announced far in advance. It was almost a snap decision, and there were arguments between Queen Victoria and the Prince of Wales and the Prime Minister about whether it was sensible to send him to India. His father wanted to send him on a tour of the courts of Europe, but that was deemed very ill-advised considering the character of Prince Eddie and the fact that it had come to Queen Victoria's attention that Eddie was leading a somewhat dissipated life.
In a letter from Sir Dighton Probyn to the Prime Minister, he said, the Prince of Wales is sending Prince Eddie on this tour as a punishment. He also mentioned the word scandal. So clearly there had been a scandal. Clearly there was punishment. Was the scandal Prince Eddie's visits to Cleveland Street? Was the punishment a punishment for Prince Eddie's visits to Cleveland Street?
There's a crucial piece of evidence that completely blows out the water the case that Prince Albert Victor was Jack the Ripper. It's the dates. Every time when the Ripper struck in 1888, Prince Albert Victor was nowhere near Whitechapel. He was in Yorkshire, Sandringham and Scotland. These are a long way from Whitechapel, and you can't murder someone in Whitechapel and be in Scotland on the same night. It's impossible.
We may never know for sure if Eddie was involved in the Cleveland Street scandal, but the rumors alone were enough to fuel the myths linking him with the Whitechapel killings. So why were so many people determined to see Prince Eddie revealed as Jack the Ripper?
Clearly, something was going on, and I think there was a conspiracy to cover it up. I mean, it's very odd that if you look at the documents, I mean, there are probably 2,000 or 3,000 pages of documents around the Cleveland Street scandal. Clearly, they're not complete. If you look at letter books, they don't run in sequence. Pages are missing. Crucial documents are missing. So we only have a partial picture. We do have the document that says PAV, Prince Albert Victor. Clearly, something was going on.
People find it very, very difficult, I think, to think of Jack the Ripper as just an ordinary, everyday, downtrodden East Ender. It's much more attractive in people's minds to think that Jack the Ripper is an upper-class individual, somebody who's being shielded.
He wasn't seen enough. He's almost like you see him in the tail of your eye, but you can never quite catch his personality or his character. From a very young age, Prince Eddie was quite passive. He actually didn't do an awful lot. You know, he was sort of thrown into Naval College and he was sent around the world on HMS Bacchante. You know, he was shoved into the 10th Hussars. Didn't exceed at anything at all. So I suppose he's a blank page and people are allowed to write their fantasies onto that blank page, and that might be Cleveland Street, it might be Jack the Ripper. The fact that he was a royal prince, the man who would be king or could have been king, is a great enigma, and that makes him more attractive. I would say that as far as Prince Eddie's reputation is concerned, looks count. You look at those photographs of him, Cleveland Street 1888 and the Ripper 1888, and you see a stereotypical Victorian melodramatic villain. You see somebody with a very sensuous mouth, with the hooded eyes. He looks slightly as though he's on laudanum half the time. He also looks magnificent in his clothes. He pays an awful lot of attention to the way that he looks. It's plausible that he might have been, you know, cavorting with rent boys in Cleveland Street. I think it's less plausible that he was Jack the Ripper because it's been conclusively proved that Prince Eddie was in Balmoral for at least 2 of the killings.
I think Prince Albert Victor's had a really bum rap, to be frank. I think that he was not the brightest of individuals, that's not his fault. And it's not his fault that he was accused of being one of the worst serial killers who's ever stalked the streets of London. I think that actually it's time that we actually let him free of all this.
But Eddie's luck went from bad to worse. By 1892, less than a week before his 28th birthday, he developed pneumonia and died in his bed at the Sandringham estate in Norfolk.
Prince Eddie was celebrating his 28th birthday at Sandringham with the family when he was out shooting and caught a chill, which turned into a flu, which eventually became pneumonia. Unfortunately, then pneumonia could kill, and it did kill poor Prince Eddie, who died in Mother Dear, Princess Alexandra's arms. In public, you see photographs of Prince Eddie's cortege being led up the hill to Windsor, and he was eventually buried in St. George's Chapel in Windsor.
Rumour and scandal gave way to shock over the prince's death. His brother George took his place in the line of succession and was eventually crowned king. Little more was ever heard of Eddie thereafter. It remains one of the most remarkable of all royal stories. Prince Albert Victor is a man almost lost to history. He would almost certainly have been a forgotten footnote, but for the extraordinary rumors that swirled around him during his short life. The speculation about his fragile mental health, his supposed association with gay brothels, and the gossip suggesting he'd fathered an illegitimate child would probably all have guaranteed Eddie a place in the hall of colourful royal characters. But it's how he became a serious suspect in the most notorious serial killings in British history that he'll be chiefly remembered. Even though it's not hard to prove his innocence of the hideous crimes of Jack the Ripper, the fact remains that a prince of the realm somehow got himself linked to 5 vicious murders that took place where the city's poorest and most desperate people ground out a living. It was a world away from the grandeur and privilege of the prince's own life. Well over a century on, the Ripper story continues to intrigue people the world over. The shadow cast over it by Prince Albert Victor is just another part of its enduring fascination. On the morning of the 21st of January, 1936, the people of Great Britain awoke to the startling news that their monarch, King George V, was dead. Businesses closed, and shops put up their shutters out of respect. The country was mourning the loss of the much-loved man who had guided them through the Great War.
There was a huge outpouring of grief and public affection for him on his death. I mean, he lay in state for 4 days at Westminster Hall. 1 million people passed by his coffin.
They were told the official account released by the palace that he had lost his long-fought battle against lung disease, and ultimately that he'd had a peaceful and natural death. But in 1986, a shocking discovery was made. A diary written by the doctor who had treated King George showed that his death was far from natural, and even led some to state that the official cause of death should be recognized as murder.
And so Dawson makes this incredibly bold decision that actually he is going to kill the king. Make no mistake, under British law, Dawson has murdered the king.
And did the man responsible also kill another famous royal in a similar way?
If that's the case, he's killed 2 monarchs. That's a pretty impressive murder record.
For half a century, the real cause of King George V's death was kept a secret from the public. Just how did one of the most respected kings in the history of the British monarchy end up being given a lethal injection to hasten his death? Why was it covered up? Who gave the order? And what reason lay behind the decision to artificially end the king's life and commit the first regicide of a British monarch for nearly 300 years? King George V of Great Britain was born on June 3rd, 1865, the unpromising second son of Edward VII. Initially, he sought a career in the British Navy, but the untimely death of his brother Albert placed him on the throne. He became king in 1910 and played an active role supporting the troops during World War I.
King George V was one of Britain's most highly respected and much-loved monarchs. He had been king all the way throughout the First World War, and he had inspired terrific loyalty and passion amongst the average Tommy.
We have learned to think of him as more than a monarch. My very dear people, he has called us on the radio, abandoning the we of majesty for the I of a man and a friend.
I mean, first of all, right from the start, he realised that, you know, it was no good the monarchy being lavish and sort of carrying on as normal during the war. So he wore, for example, you know, military uniform through most of the war. The lavish kind of dinners and spectacles that would have happened at Buckingham Palace didn't take place anymore. There was a real kind of paring down of ceremony. And he made a lot of visits to the Western Front. So he wanted to very much be seen as representing Britain and being very much at the heart of the war effort.
He became king at a time when the monarchy was largely disapproved of, and many felt the monarchy was perhaps coming towards its end.
Realising the danger, I suppose, of the tide of public opinion turning and focusing on the German royal family, you know, he made the very pragmatic and very progressive and very necessary step of changing the royal family name from Saxe-Coburg and Gotha to the House of Windsor.
Now, King George V was a quiet, conservative, naval-educated man who had a great aversion to new ideas and an explosive temper.
I think in many ways he was a kind of old-school monarch, I guess. He focused on the need to be seen to serve, to be kind of humble and dutiful, to be moderate in his behaviour. George was a family man and he was devoted to his wife, Mary. I mean, they were a devoted, loyal couple. He didn't have mistresses, he was committed to her, and he also relied on her. They were very much a kind of partnership. During the war, there was a sense of, you know, both kind of visiting injured soldiers, him visiting the Western Front. I mean, there was a real sense of being seen and being dutiful and being devoted, and both were very much signed up to that.
I think there was a huge outpouring of sympathy for George V during World War I, because let's remember, it's only 4 years into the reign that war was declared, and it was said that he aged 10 years because he really had the weight of the monarchy on his shoulders. He'd seen the emperors of Russia, the Emperor of Germany, the Emperor of Austria fall, and the British monarchy was one of the last men standing, and that was George V's responsibility, was to stabilise the ship.
The cost of the war on Great Britain was huge. There were between 800,000 and 1 million military and civilian deaths, and over 1.5 million wounded. It was a savage and brutal war that took its toll on every country and individual involved. It brought many changes to Britain, but it also brought changes to George V's health. After a serious accident while riding his horse, George was never quite the same again.
George V did not enjoy great health, to be frank. There were two problems with him. First, in 1915, when he was inspecting some troops on the Western Front, when they'd all cheered out for him, his horse had reared up, and he had fallen off, and his horse had fallen on top of him, and this had probably fractured his pelvis. So this had pretty serious consequences throughout the rest of his life. Secondly, as an extremely heavy smoker, he suffered from a lot of bronchial and pulmonary complaints.
During George's reign, smoking was a hugely popular habit. Cigarette consumption had risen to such an extent in the early 20th century that doctors were starting to make the link between tobacco and lung disease.
I think it's fair to say that the entire royal family in the Edwardian era and through to George V and his sons were very, very heavy smokers, all of the men. George V certainly was. Queen Mary was said to smoke an awful lot, and the king already had respiratory problems, so adding 40 cigarettes to it full strength wouldn't have helped, I'm sure.
But smoking probably wasn't the only cause of George's problems. At the Old Operating Theatre Museum and Herb Garrett in London, they hold a number of medical specimens related to George's illnesses. Iris Millis is a specialist in the history of medicine.
What we have here is what's called a London lung. This is a specimen that happened while London was still using coal fire. The smog was around. So there are lots of particles in there, but it also is very much resembling a heavy smoker's lung, which the king unfortunately was.
The unprecedented and unrestricted growth of industry meant that cities like London were suffering from serious levels of air pollution. Thick winter fog would mix with the noxious fumes from the many factories to create a dense smog that would be inhaled by the inhabitants.
The particles in there will stop the intake of oxygen while you're breathing, so it will make you short of breath, and it will be increasing over time, which means with age and towards the end, there was always oxygen made available to the king.
His heavy smoking only further worsened his problems. By 1925, he was diagnosed with obstructive pulmonary disease, more commonly known as emphysema.
He had started smoking as a child, and there's no doubt that he continued that. And so really throughout his life, he suffered from bronchial problems, from pulmonary infections, pleurisy, bronchitis at different points. So this was a sort of really underpinned his reign, these bouts of ill health.
George still carried on with his royal duties, shielding the public from his failing health.
22 years ago, my dear father opened the King Edward VII Bridge. Now it is with great pleasure that I dedicate an even more imposing structure to public use.
But his sickness persisted, and George continued to suffer with respiratory problems.
When the king's physician, Lord Dawson, discovered that the king was suffering from pneumonia, the first thing he did is getting a pathologist he had worked with closely before, Lionel Whitby, to come to the palace and produce the whole set of diagnoses. And this was when they discovered that the king actually suffered from pneumonia, and they had to change their treatment from general nursing care to a proper cure to the king's illness.
George was lucky enough to have benefited from the latest medical advancements of the age.
When King George VI developed pneumonia in 1928, the disease had become more manageable than it had been in the 19th century. There had been a large development. When Louis Pasteur first discovered the bacterium that actually caused pneumonia, which was Streptococcus pneumonia. And this is a slide which was produced 4 years later, part of our collection, where you can see a little cut of an infected lung, which would be put under a microscope, and then this would be used to produce a serum, a type-specific serum for the patient to cure them.
He also had a lung abscess on 2 occasions, which really did lead him, his life hanging in the balance. And, he developed septicemia, and it seemed for a number of weeks that he may not survive.
In 1928, George became seriously ill. He was found to have an abscess in the lung, which had spread to his bloodstream. The king underwent an urgent operation to drain the fluid from his lungs.
When the king had his treatment for pneumonia, it happened in 2 stages. There were 2 operations within a year. And in the first one, when they had discovered that there had been pus developing in the lung, the first thing Lord Dawson did was use a syringe, would have been fitted with a long rubber tube, which had a needle at the end, and you would take this syringe, you would put the long needle into the chest cavity, and you would pull out the pus with the syringe. The procedure of treating the abscess in the king's lung meant that they had to open the chest cavity.
At the time, surgical operations of this kind were hugely dangerous. Yet despite the risks, and without consulting a specialist, George's doctor, Bertrand Dawson, decided to carry out the operation and drained half a quart of fluid from the abscess in the king's lung. The operation was a success, but other members of the king's medical team were furious with Dawson for acting without their approval. But this wouldn't be the last time that Dawson would make his own decisions about the king's life.
Dawson was very much perceived as the man who had saved the life of the king, and as a result, his profile grew. He was elevated to the peerage, made Lord Dawson of Penn.
As the king's physician, Dawson received a great deal of press attention and enjoyed his newfound fame. He had gained such trust with the royal family that he was given unparalleled access to the king and allowed to make crucial decisions about his treatment and health care.
And this almost certainly contributed to the freedom he had to manage and control the circumstances of the king's death.
George had become increasingly weakened by the invasive medical procedures he had endured. By 1936, his breathing had become so poor that he would often require an oxygen tank.
In a sense, all of these bouts of illness kind of weakened him, and I think made him anxious about the future, whilst at the same time, in a sense, increasing his popularity among the people. There was a growing sense of affection for him. And of course, he became king in his 40s and died in his 70s. So he naturally aged, but I think all the remarkable revolutionary changes that his reign had overseen also put a strain on him, together with his ill health. So, it was a gradually kind of weakening figure. And in the final months of his life, there is a kind of quite rapid deterioration.
As his health worsened and his life seemed to be coming towards its end, George began to reflect on the situation of his country and the looming threat of Nazi Germany.
Well, of World War I, King George V called it absolutely pointless, pointless, useless war. So to see him approaching very ill health, and World War II was almost staring him in the face, the rise of the fascists, the rise of the Nazis in Germany, the rise of Mussolini in Italy, would have depressed him immensely, that they'd gone through all of that hell of World War I, allegedly for absolutely nothing, because it was only going to happen again just about in his own lifetime.
The king's health can't have been improved by personal concerns, the most pressing of which was his strange relationship with his eldest son, Edward, the man who would become king after George's death.
King George V was absolutely frantic about the succession, heartily disapproved of his son, the Prince of Wales, said that the Prince of Wales's friends were not gentlemen, which was pretty strong meat for King George V, heartily disapproved of his mistresses of Frida Dudley Ward and Thelma Furness, who were both married ladies, and the last one, Mrs. Ernest Simpson, who had two husbands still alive, a divorcee and an American.
Edward says she makes him happy. There have been rumors that he might elope with her and abandon crown and throne.
I think George in those final weeks was very reluctant to let go because, of course, what he was going to unleash was so uncertain and he couldn't rely on his heir. And so I think there's this sense of fight, there's a sense of he needs to hold on. And I think, again, given all the things that he'd endured, all these kind of, political and social strains, the sort of irony of the fact that the ultimate thing that really came closest to potentially sort of breaking him and breaking the monarchy was from within his own family. It was the sort of failure of his eldest son to kind of man up to what he was supposed to be doing.
His health continued to worsen. And on the 15th of January 1936, George confined himself to his bedroom at the Royal Sandringham estate, complaining of a cold, unaware at the time that he would never leave the room alive.
The next day, Dawson was called for, and it soon became clear that the condition was much more serious as the king slipped in and out of consciousness.
The king is attended to by two key figures. The first is Catherine Black. She's the nurse, and she's been a nurse in the royal household for many, many years, to the extent that she even has a pet name. She's called Blackie. And then also the other key figure is the king's personal physician, Bertrand Dawson. And it's Dawson who will be making some very, very key decisions about the king's healthcare.
It was then that Dr. Dawson was once more summoned to the king's bedside. And it was now that the mystery surrounding the death was about to begin.
The king was at Sandringham in January 1936 when he entered into his final illness, which was a huge respiratory trouble that he evidently wasn't going to recover from. His son, the Prince of Wales, was sent for, who flew to Sandringham. The royal physician was in attendance, Lord Dawson.
Dawson was treating the king largely with sedatives of morphine, it seems from his notes. But by the 20th of January, it became clear that the king was not going to recover.
George spent the next few days slipping in and out of consciousness. And on January the 20th, Dawson released a statement to the press saying,
"This is London. Following bulletin was issued at 9:25. The King's life is moving peacefully towards its close."
Just before midnight, the announcement came that King George V of Great Britain had died peacefully of complications arising from bronchitis.
Whereas it has pleased Almighty God to call to his mercy our late sovereign Lord, King George V.
There was a huge outpouring of grief and public affection for him on his death. I mean, he lay in state for 4 days at Westminster Hall. 1 million people passed by his coffin. I mean, it was a huge moment, really, for the country. And I think, in a sense, it was a kind of, it was a full stop, I guess, from, a paragraph which was his reign that was completely full of unprecedented change and suffering and, the most profound sort of revolutionary currents, really.
Through Westminster Hall, set on the west flank of the new Parliament buildings, the Parliament was rebuilt in 1840. All the great figures of English history since William the Conqueror have passed. To this historic building they have brought our king for his lying in state, and the mourning crowds of his devoted subjects stretch for hundreds of yards beyond the Victoria Tower, waiting hours on end for the privilege of passing by his coffin.
I think the country learned to love King George V and Queen Mary because they were almost a throwback to the Edwardian era, to an era of certainty, when life in Great Britain was relatively safe before the war, before the First World War.
So he was looked on as a sort of paterfamilias for the country.
There's no doubt that he was a very devoted husband and father. And, you know, in the midst of monarchy, actually, there was this kind of committed, loving family. And yes, he had a problematic relationship with his son, politically, really. And also that spilled over into kind of personal resentments. But, you know, his wife and his children absolutely felt the loss of him. I mean, it was a personal grief as well as a sort of public loss. And, you know, there's no sense that it wasn't anything other than genuine. But, of course, relief, I guess, after, you know, months of suffering and decline, and a sense that finally, I guess, that was over.
George's legacy was considered dull by many historians. He was a stoic character who preferred a subdued and quiet life at home, spending his time shooting and amusing himself with his hobby of stamp collecting. He was often remembered for his lack of controversy, but all that was about to change.
America.
50 years after the death of King George, the world was a very different place, and events from the 1930s seemed almost irrelevant. But the discovery of the personal diary of his doctor, Lord Bertrand Dawson, would cause one of the biggest scandals in royal history, because many believed that it showed that the king was murdered.
In 1986, Dawson's diary is unearthed by a biographer. There's this stunning revelation that Dawson has actually injected the king with this enormous overdose of cocaine and morphine that's obviously killed him.
And in them, he makes it clear that the overdose was a deliberate decision to end the king's life.
Just what had happened in that room, and why had it taken 50 years to come to light? On the night in question, seeing that the king's life was hanging in the balance, Dawson decided to make a public statement.
Dawson issues this now very famous medical bulletin, which states the king's life is now drawing peacefully to its close. This obviously suggests that his death is imminent, but Dawson is thinking, how much longer has he got? Is he going to be in pain? A decision needs to be made. Now, what's informing Dawson? Is Dawson worried about the king's own well-being? Is he going to have a peaceful, relatively painless death? Or is Dawson worried about something else?
Strangely, Dawson had become concerned about how the news of the king's imminent death would be made public.
Dawson writes that prolonging the suffering would only cause more distress for the family and would not be proper for the dignity of a king. His other concern, which is more controversial and interesting, was that he wanted the news of the king's death to be announced in the Times newspaper of London in the morning.
He knows that the one place that befits the sovereign, for his death to be announced, is in the august pages of the Times newspaper, which was then always called the newspaper of record or the first draft of history.
Lord Dawson rung his wife and sort of said, tell the Times to hold the front page. We want to make this announcement in the morning papers. That was seen as the best place.
Dawson's wife, Lady Minnie Dawson, made a phone call to John Walter, editor of the Times newspaper. She relayed her husband's message stating that the king will be dead before the end of the evening.
If the king dies after the Times' deadline at around 11 o'clock that evening, the king's death is therefore going to be reported in the morning newspapers, which are considered to be very below stairs kind of reading and not the type of newspapers that the king's death should be reported in. And so Dawson makes this incredibly bold decision that actually he is going to kill the king.
But for Dawson to end the king's life, he would need to do it in a way that would look like natural causes and leave no obvious trace. The use of opiates in treating patients in the early 1900s was not unusual.
Until the 70s, every doctor, every general practitioner could carry a little case with little tubes of tabloids. They usually were things like cocaine, morphine, other barbiturates. So all of these were available to doctors, and especially for severe pain like the king was in.
As the king, lay dying in the late evening, he was injected with lethal, I suppose, amounts ultimately of cocaine and morphine, which hastened his death by a few hours.
Dawson gave the king 2 consecutive injections, administered directly into his bloodstream.
The jugular vein runs down either side of the neck into the chest cavity, where it joins the heart. If you were to inject into the jugular vein, you'd be able to distribute the medicine around the body in the quickest possible time.
It was easy to produce the right dosage because the tabloids were already mixed in a way so that they could be just dissolved in the right amount of water to be then used for your injections. Usually for morphine, you would give something between 5 and 15 milligrams.
But Dawson's injections contained 1 grain of cocaine and 3/4 of a grain of morphine. Each of these injections would have been lethal on their own. Together, death was a certainty.
Euthanasia was illegal at the time, as it still is now. So George V's death could be viewed as a murder.
There is no other way of putting it. He doesn't ask the king's permission, whether "would you like to die, Your Majesty," or anything like that. So Dawson takes it upon himself to actually kill the sovereign. This is a huge decision.
But was it a decision that Dawson made by himself? Or could the decision have been made with the knowledge and support of the king's family?
I think it's fair to say that this decision taken by his physician wasn't actively discussed, openly discussed with the family.
I don't think it's likely that Dawson acted on his own. I think that that is probably too big a risk for him to take the life of someone's father, right in front of them, in Sandringham, in the middle of the royal court, effectively. I think it's highly possible that he would have sought some sort of approval.
When the revelations from Dawson's diary became public, the royal household were asked to comment.
One of the surprising things was that Buckingham Palace seemed barely concerned. They simply issued a brief statement saying that it all happened a long time ago and everyone concerned is now dead.
You have to remember that the British royal family is probably the best theatre director in the world. They are fantastic at stage managing not only weddings and christenings and all those sort of happy moments, but they're also fantastically good at managing the transition of power from one monarch to the next. And so therefore, that when a king dies, it is a choreographed, stage-managed presentation to the people out there. So the people will be reading the Times at breakfast with the very sad news that their monarch has passed away. It's all very, very precisely timed. And that's what Dawson was giving the royal family and the royal household. He was helping to maintain the very dignified, serene air of majesty to the proceedings.
We do know that Queen Mary and the Prince of Wales said that they didn't want him to suffer unnecessarily, which is possibly a green light to ease his pain.
1936 was obviously a time of great instability and uncertainty, and this may have informed Lord Dawson's decision to try to make the transition as clean and dignified as possible.
He'd done what he was supposed to do, which was to ease the king's suffering and oversee his passing, and that's what had happened. The immediate focus on the king's death is, well, announcing it, and then we see, you know, great outpourings of popular affection, not surprised that the king is dead, but actually mourning his loss and then recognising this loss of this father figure for the country, which people had really regarded him as.
But in recent years, speculation has arisen that King George may not have been the only patient to receive Dawson's special treatment.
There's another twist to the story of Dawson, because it's also likely he didn't just bump off one crowned head of Europe, but a second, Queen Maud of Norway, who also happened to be George's sister.
Queen Maud of Norway came over to London in 1938. At the time, she was in rude health and showed no signs of illness.
And when she was here, she suffered from this abdominal complaint that required surgery. Who was present but Dawson? What happens to Queen Maud? She dies.
The Royal Oak lies ready at Portsmouth to carry the Queen home to Norway. Lowering clouds cast a gloom over the scene as the coffin passes aboard. Behind the line of sailors, it is borne to the quarterdeck, where it is laid on a draped bier for the last voyage to Oslo.
The official cause of her death was said to be heart failure, but a letter from Dawson to Queen Maud's physicians in Norway have led many to conclude that Maud may have been euthanized. His letter states, "When reading this account, you will agree that the Queen's sudden death was a relief, and which saved her from these last painful stages of the disease. Both you and I know only too well."
Knowing what we do know now, after 1986, about what Dawson did to her brother, the King, back in 1936, just 2 years before, it now seems very likely that Dawson may have given Queen Maud one of his big trademark injections. If that's the case, he's killed 2 monarchs. That's a pretty impressive murder record.
Was Dawson aware of the consequences of his actions? What would have happened to him if it had come to light at the time that he had administered lethal injections?
If it had been found out in 1936 that Dawson had actually killed the king, which, let's face it, he did kill the king, I think there would have been an absolute scandal. And it is possible, in legal terms, for him to have been put on trial for murder and regicide, and killing a king in this country carries the death penalty. So, under law, Dawson could have hanged for what he had done.
Was Dawson playing God, deciding when and how the king should die? Can it really be considered a murder? Or was this simply an act of mercy in the hope of easing the passing of a dying man?
However, another way of looking at it is the fact that maybe there was an acceptance or an ethical acceptance of the time that this kind of voluntary euthanasia to a comatose individual who was beyond all hope was a widely and very quietly accepted form of treatment that physicians could do.
I think the British public are very pragmatic, and I'm sure euthanasia was practiced very, very often, whether it was in royal circles or middle-class circles or working-class circles. It doesn't really matter. It's a kind release.
Although Dawson felt that euthanasia did have a place in medical practice, he actually spoke out against it being made legal.
It's clear that Dawson felt that euthanasia of this type was a common and accepted practice. A few years later, he spoke in the House of Lords in response to a bill proposing to legalise euthanasia. He argued that euthanasia was a common practice, a growing practice, and widely accepted by doctors.
But I think, you know, he probably wouldn't have regarded what had happened with the king as euthanasia as such. I mean, you know, this was about administering certain amounts of morphine and cocaine, morphine that may well have been used anyway, but just in certain amounts that would have speeded up a sort of natural process.
Dawson, who signed off on the death certificate, knowingly falsified the cause of death.
There's no doubt this was a very sensitive matter, and Dawson, of course, knew that recording the King's death as lung disease was going to be the way forward. He wasn't going to go into the ins and outs of exactly what had been administered when. But I mean, you know, being a royal physician was a position of ultimate trust. I mean, being a physician to anybody at a time of death is a position of great confidence and intimacy, and that's even more so for a monarch. So in some sense, I don't think we should see him being cautious about what kind of information is released as particularly aware of the need to cover up. However, when the first kind of biographer of Dawson wanted to write about what had happened and talk about the King's death, I think Dawson's widow was very aware of not wanting to reveal all the details of his papers and be a little bit circumspect about all of that. So perhaps she realised how it might be perceived.
The doctor wrote on the death certificate that the king died of lung disease, whereas in actual fact he died from an injection of cocaine and morphine. The doctor probably did this because he knew that he could be prosecuted. In the UK, no matter how serious the condition or illness, it is still illegal for a doctor to carry out euthanasia.
And it's something, even now, that, you know, the monarchy don't want to kind of particularly make a big thing out of. It belonged to a kind of past era. It doesn't change anything. But the fact remains the King's death was brought on artificially by his doctor.
It was later revealed that some people had actually known about Dawson's actions prior to his diary being released in 1986. When the author Francis Watson was tasked with writing Dawson's biography in 1950, he actually included the event in his book.
This biographer did originally include the story that Lord Dawson had effectively ended King George V's life, but that it was taken out of the biography. I would imagine this would be in respect of Queen Mary, who was still living until 1953, and King George V's granddaughter, Queen Elizabeth II. So, yes, I would have thought respect alone would have prevented that being included in an official biography.
One of George V's biographers, Kenneth Rose, made a statement in 1986 when the notes were released that expressed the view that it was in fact a murder.
But of course, nothing could happen to Dawson because he died in 1945. So, you know, he's in the clear. It is really an extraordinary story. It may seem like just a very small thing just to inject a man who's on his way anyway. But actually, there was no consent. The king didn't agree to it. There was no formal consent given by the family. And you know, if you are going to apply the full weight of law to Dawson, he's a murderer and a regicide.
Was Dawson acting for the benefit of king and country? Why did he take it upon himself to determine the end of the king's life? And what drove his concern with how the news of George's death should be announced? To this day, Dawson's actions still divide opinion. For some, they were the acts of a kind and merciful man, determined that a much-loved king should not endure further suffering. For others, the opposite is true. For them, Dawson was self-obsessed and autocratic, a doctor who played God and got away with nothing less than an act of murder.
Some might feel that this is the most recent case of regicide and the first since Charles I, more than 300 years earlier. King George ruled the waves, but Lord Dawson waived the rules.
I think there was an open secret around the royal household that Dawson had actually committed this act of murder. Because this jingle went around the royal household and it went, Lord Dawson of Penn, he kills lots of men. So that's why we sing, God Save the King.
he was dying. You know, everybody was clear that the end was near. So it was simply a case of timing, and it was about, you know, whether he was going to die in the morning or in the evening. So I think that, you know, although we can perhaps imagine that if it got out, it could have been a sensational story, actually, when you put it in the context of those hours, it really wasn't. And it was just about really giving the king pain relief, but turning up the volume on that in such a way that meant he would die then. There's no doubt that Dawson was acting with the best intentions, and I think it should be recorded as mercy, not murder. There was no reason why Dawson would want to have brought about the king's death for any reason other than easing his suffering and trying to facilitate the best kind of transition of power. But actually, beyond that, of course, there was no malicious motive there. It was about mercy, and in that sense, I guess he was doing perhaps what many, many physicians at that point would have done too.
On the 13th of July, 1886, the body of Ludwig II, the so-called Mad King of Bavaria, was found floating in 2 feet of water on Lake Starnberg.
The timing is everything, that he was forcibly removed from Neuschwanstein. Within 24 hours, he was in the castle of Berg and he was dead.
The official verdict given by the authorities was suicide by drowning. But the suspicious circumstances surrounding his death and the strange events that took place in the lead up to it have led many to believe it was no suicide, and that he was in fact killed by his own government, who have covered up his murder for over 100 years.
There is a theory that he was actually involved in an escape attempt.
There are a lot of conspiracy theories out there that are outlandish and strange, but I think that the death of King Ludwig, to my mind, certainly looks like it could have been a murder. And I find it very strange that we still can't see the bones of King Ludwig, because I think they'll probably show that Ludwig was shot.
It's one of the most enduring mysteries in German history. A king loved by his people, but hated by his government. The death of King Ludwig II of Bavaria has been the subject of intrigue and investigation for over a century. How did a king, once famous for his eccentric behavior and fairy tale castles, end up being declared insane, removed from his throne, and come to be found floating face down in shallow water near the shores of a remote lake? Was his death the tragic result of suicide, or, as many now believe, the murder of a crowned monarch? Today, King Ludwig II of Bavaria is responsible for some of the most famous and important landmarks in Germany. These castles and monuments bring in billions of euros worth of tourism to the country each year. But they are also the reason for Ludwig's downfall. Born in Munich in 1845, Ludwig was the eldest son of Maximilian II of Bavaria and his wife, Princess Marie of Prussia. From the outset, Ludwig was constantly reminded of his royal duties to come. Knowing his son would one day be king, Maximilian put him into a strict regime of study and tutoring in the hope of molding him into a strong and capable ruler.
He was certainly being prepared from a very early age to take up the mantle of king. And he was certainly drilled and regimented. He would get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to do homework and study. His whole day would be timetabled out right up until 8, 9 o'clock at night, by which time he had free time. But the rest of the time it would be spent in language, it would be spent in exercise, it would be spent in learning Latin and mathematics. So he was already being groomed, for want of a better word, for the moment when he would ascend to the throne, which happened a lot earlier than anyone was expecting.
In the time Ludwig was a child, all the people around him were talking about his special behavior, because he wanted to be alone, he wanted to read books, he wanted to sit alone in the mountains or nearby the castle Hohenschwangau.
His childhood home was Castle Hohenschwangau, near the town of Fussen in modern-day Germany. Here, he would enjoy spending his time reading poetry and discovering his love of classical music and opera. Even as a child, he would lock himself away from the outside world, a habit that would go on to be the main cause of his troubles in later life. John Whetstone is a historian of Bavarian culture, specializing in the life of King Ludwig II.
He read a great deal and spent a lot of time more or less creating a world which he wanted to live in. World of romantic stories. They're old legends. And all these particular stories and myths are things that were deeply embedded in Ludwig.
He was fascinated of German legends and fames from the Middle Ages, Lohengrin, Tannhäuser, die Nibelungen.
For example, he loved the mountains. He loved walking in the mountains. He loved sleigh rides at night. He loved the open air. He loved the scenery of Bavaria. He loved the peasants and the farmers. He felt very much at home in this world.
He was raised to be king from the beginning. He had absolutely no choice. And I believe he knew that it was a matter of time before he would become king.
Ludwig was a very effete figure. He cut a very romantic air, and in fact, he would have been a far better poet or painter or musician, an artist, rather than a king.
After a brief and unexpected illness, his father, Maximilian II, died in March of 1864. Ludwig, who had just turned 18, was crowned King of Bavaria shortly afterwards.
I'm not sure that he wanted to be king in the sense of it was a dream realized. I think he was born to be king. He saw it as his destiny, and he took that destiny very seriously indeed. His model for being a king was Louis XIV, and he was intrigued by the fact that Louis is the French version of Ludwig. And so for him, the absolute monarch, the one who ruled by divine right, the one who says, I am the state, l'état c'est moi, that was the king Ludwig wanted to be.
I think like any flamboyant character, ostensibly flamboyant character, King Ludwig was actually incredibly shy, a very solitary man, a very insecure man.
I think probably above all else, he really really enjoyed the pleasures of solitude. I think he liked being alone with his thoughts, with literature. He would read all night.
As King of Bavaria, he had become a monarch at a time when kings were going seriously out of fashion. And so he sees the role of monarch as being something he literally has to play. So when he goes out in public, he kind of adopts this what he thinks is a very regal walk in which he sort of pushes one foot forward and the other foot forward. And of course, behind his back, all his subjects are kind of laughing at him because he looks a bit preposterous.
He was described by the French poet Paul Verlaine as the last true king of Europe, and I think to an extent that is accurate. He was certainly the last true king of Bavaria as it had existed for a large part of the 19th century.
One of Ludwig's first acts as king was to summon the man whose work had inspired him during childhood, the German composer Richard Wagner.
Ludwig had a lot of pet projects, and probably his most enduring pet project came in the form of Wagner, the composer Richard Wagner. And Wagner was a man who would spend a lot of money. He was often poor, impecunious, and desperately in need of assistance. And Ludwig saw Wagner and went, this man's music talks to me. I am the embodiment of the true Bavaria. And this whole mythological idea of the mountains and the forests and this great Teutonic myth is both encapsulated in Wagner's music and indeed in me, Ludwig. So it's a brilliant cultural fit for the two men.
The works of Richard Wagner would go on to become one of the foremost sources of inspiration for Ludwig's future construction projects. The same construction projects that would eventually prove to be his downfall.
And they became very intimate, but I think it was more of an avuncular relationship. In a way, King Ludwig was Wagner's muse. The Ring Cycle would not have been written without King Ludwig of Bavaria.
Wagner himself, when the Ring Cycle of operas is completed, actually says this would not have been possible without Ludwig II. When it was first performed, he made a speech at the front of the stage acknowledging Ludwig II as being not just the patron that made this possible, but I think also the kind of, he gave him the space, he gave him the freedom to create these great works.
But while Ludwig paid close attention to building his cultural and artistic legacy, the Bavarian government were growing increasingly frustrated by his disinterest in the running of the country. They thought that marriage may settle the errant king and also provide an heir to the throne for the continuation of the dynasty. But finding a match wouldn't be easy.
For all his charisma, I think he was profoundly reticent, profoundly shy. I think the role of the king weighed heavily upon him, so he was very formal, even with close friends. So I think it was very difficult for him to have emotional, physical relationships with anyone.
Es besteht kein Zweifel, dass der König homosexuell war. Und hat diese Homosexualität verborgen, versteckt, im Geheimen versucht auszuleben. Und hat jahrzehntelang dagegen gekämpft. Hat gebetet zu Gott. Es gibt Tagebucheintragungen. Aber zum Schluss, am Ende des Alters, bricht es aus ihm heraus.
There's a part of his life during his adolescence where I believe he was heterosexual. And towards the end of his life, he tended to have more attraction towards men because it was less complicated as friendship.
It was soon noticed that Ludwig was not going to be a conventional monarch. He paid little attention to the usual mundane matters of government. Instead, he would seek ever more creative ways to fulfill his interests.
Ludwig was an absolute expert at amusing himself over a wide range of activities. He would get actors to recite poetry to him all the time. He loved the theatre. He devoured plays and would quite often have them performed privately for him. His single biggest expenditure, and certainly the one that undid him in the end, was the huge amounts of money that he poured into his castles.
Ludwig had become obsessed with the idea of building a fantasy world around him, a world that separated him from his people and kept out the government he had come to loathe. Could it have been this decision to shut himself away that would later lead to his downfall?
Well, I don't think any other king in Europe in the late 19th century built as many palaces as King Ludwig. It was quite extraordinary.
I think that once it became clear to him that his role as a king was going to be quite heavily circumscribed by politics and by statecraft, he moved more and more into the worlds of architecture and building, particularly creating these amazing dream palaces, these castles, where he wished to spend most of his time.
He had very little interest in government or in his people, for that matter, and his obsessions were channeled into building these fantastical series of palaces.
There's Linderhof, which is like a smaller Baroque palace nestling in the Bavarian countryside, and then there's Herrenchiemsee, this huge tribute to the Versailles of Louis XIV. He poured massive amounts of money into these projects and became increasingly criticized for, first of all, spending all that money on them, secondly, spending all that time there or around them or supervising them rather than looking after the affairs of his people.
Probably his most famous architectural endeavor was Neuschwanstein Castle. Nestled on a rugged hilltop in the Schwangau region of Germany, it's a living testament to his artistic, extravagant, and expensive taste.
Well, Neuschwanstein Castle was an homage to Wagner and to the Grail legends and the medieval era. It was so fantastical that Walt Disney based the Sleeping Beauty castle on Neuschwanstein.
He definitely lived out his dream in Neuschwanstein Castle. He was totally in love with what he built in Neuschwanstein.
The dramatic design was inspired by the operatic works of his friend Richard Wagner. Ludwig even employed his set designer as one of the architects. It took thousands of tons of building material and over 300 craftsmen working around the clock to try and complete it by the deadline, 30 of whom lost their lives in the process. But all of this came at a huge expense.
He wasn't interested in what anything cost. So, and this definitely had an effect on his life because the other members of the family couldn't stand seeing every penny of the family fortune literally thrown out of the window, as they say.
Ludwig's uncle, Luitpold von Bayern, had spent years begrudgingly standing in for his nephew at official state occasions, while Ludwig spent his time plundering the family wealth. Could it be this continued frustration that would later lead to his involvement in a plot against the errant king?
Well, King Ludwig initially funded his building projects, his palaces, with sovereign wealth, but when that was exhausted, he turned to moneylenders in Europe. And when that was exhausted, it became very problematic.
By 1885, Bavaria was on the brink of a financial fallout. and Ludwig had managed to amount a debt of over 14 million marks, nearly 350 million euros in today's money.
The Bavarian government are getting increasingly concerned about Ludwig's expenditure, and they're realising that it's out of control. I mean, castles cost a lot of money to build. They're not cheap building projects.
The Bavarian Prime Minister Johann von Lutz urged Ludwig to economize. But rather than curb his spending, Ludwig made plans for even more elaborate and decorative construction projects. When von Lutz demanded he cease with any further building work, Ludwig threatened to dismiss the entire government.
Ludwig would quite often be very capricious about his ministers and would often fire them for, shall we say, the flimsiest of pretexts, even if they'd served him faithfully. I think you ran a great risk of saying no to Ludwig.
You are now running into serious open hostility between the royal household and the political world, and these two are going to keep clashing.
Under the law of the Bavarian Constitution, the king had the right to fire his ministers and install a new government of his choosing. But there was also another law. If it could be proven that the king was not mentally fit to rule, he too could be removed from power.
Both the Bavarian government and Ludwig have an ace up their sleeve. Now, the Bavarian government's ace is the ability, if they can get Ludwig declared mad, they can depose him. However, Ludwig too has an ace, and he has the power to get rid of the government. Now, that's obviously not something you can do lightly. He knows he can't just play it straight away. So it's now going to be a case of who's going to blink first. Is it the government or is it Ludwig?
In fear of losing their positions, the government decided to act first. Von Lutz hatched a plot to have Ludwig declared mentally ill and removed from the throne. To replace Ludwig, he made a deal with his uncle, Luitpold, who he promised to declare Prince Regent of Bavaria so long as he went along with the plan. But having a king declared insane is no simple task. He would need help. Dr. Bernhard von Gudden was one of the most respected psychologists in Germany during the late 19th century. He had also treated members of Ludwig's family in the past.
Dr. Gudden was a pioneer in psychiatry, and he'd been brought in to assess King Ludwig's brother, Prince Otto, who he actually did declare insane. Dr. Gudden was asked by the government, by Lutz, to assess King Ludwig.
He was recruited by a combination of the parliament and the family to make a decision on Ludwig's stability or instability to rule as king.
Lutz decides to play his ace first, and he says, listen, you have got to assemble as much data as you can in order to give me a report that shows that Ludwig is definitely mad, and therefore I can depose him.
But Gudden had a problem. How could he diagnose Ludwig without alerting him to the plot? Here at the Bavarian State Archives in Munich, they hold a vast collection of papers relating to the life of King Ludwig. Director of the archives, Dr. Gerhard Immler, has spent many years studying the collection, which also includes Dr. Gudden's psychological report.
Here we have the medical report written by Dr. von Gudden and signed by 3 other doctors of medicine, which states that the king is mentally ill. The report certainly states a lot of facts which describe very eccentric, strange, or even silly behavior by the king. For example, when a servant needs to go to the king, he is not allowed simply to go through the door or to knock at the door, but he has to scratch at the door. He is not allowed to speak anything. He has to try to make himself understandable by signs with his hands. And when the servants serve the king his meals, they are not allowed to look at the king, but also not to look at the meal. Dr. von Gudden thought that they are all proof of the king suffering of a certain mental illness, which at that time was called paranoia.
But how could Gudden diagnose Ludwig with such a serious condition without even meeting him?
All this stuff has to be done remotely, it has to be done through hearsay, it has to be done with interviews carried out in secret, and therefore it's not probably the most reliable form of psychiatric evaluation one might hope for.
Gudden legitimated this method of compiling a medical report without seeing the patient by the fact that the king lived an extremely recluse life. Naturally, there are a lot of symptoms which are correctly described as very eccentric behavior, and therefore modern psychiatrists say that, well, it was not paranoia, it was not paranoid schizophrenia, but the king really suffered from a quite severe personality disorder.
He had given the government the ammunition they needed to have Ludwig declared insane. But was Gudden's report fair and unbiased? Was Ludwig actually mentally ill?
Es gibt verschiedene Meinungen. Die einen sagen, er war verrückt im Sinne einer Paranoia. Das haben die Mediziner festgestellt, 1886. Aber heute neigt man eher dazu zu sagen, der König war seelisch gestört, nicht geistesgestört.
I think that Ludwig was eccentric. I think that his behavior was well within the realms of acceptable human behavior. I think that he was just a somewhat unusual figure. But, being unusual does not see you condemned to an insane asylum. Actually, he was a perfectly normal, romantic, effete, slightly Johnny Head-in-Air figure. He wasn't mad.
Ludwig clearly did not think he was insane when he was taken into custody. But one of the things that his supporters were frustrated with is that he was not really coming up with a plan to defend himself. I think he was a little bit frozen in indecision.
Some people have claimed that his lack of action was a sign of his mental instability. But a recently discovered letter now in the possession of the Bavarian State Archives is said to be the last letter ever written by Ludwig. It shows that far from him being indifferent to the situation, Ludwig was well aware of the plot and was actively trying to stop it.
About 1 year ago, this archive was able to acquire Ludwig's probably last letter he wrote in his life. We have it here. He wrote this letter to his cousin, Prince Ludwig Ferdinand, to whom he had a quite friendly relationship. Zwingen nach Linderhof zu fahren, offenbar mich dort gefangen zu halten.
Most beloved cousin, forgive the bad scripture, I am writing this in haste. Today, I found myself confronted by two of my ministers who tried to obtain my abdication. This is a most disreputable conspiracy. Who is behind this, I don't know, but I presume it to be Prince Luitpold. Keep all of this temporarily to yourself, but please endeavour to find out what you can from the people you trust. I have heard the rumours of my sickness. These are falsities, solicited from people by way of payment, and not one word is true. We must shine a light on this. With rock-solid trust and deep love, your cousin, Ludwig.
He asks him to explore the situation in Munich and to inform him who else is a member of the conspiracy the king perceives which is going on against him. So this letter shows that when the king wrote it, he was in a quite clear state of mind.
But help never came. After a short standoff, Ludwig gave himself up to the government and was taken into custody. As per his agreement with the government, Luitpold was made Prince Regent to rule in his nephew's absence.
Ludwig was shocked. He staggered. He nearly fainted. He thought that this moment was still a long way off. He thought he still had cards to play.
He allows himself to be detained and arrested, and he knows that his monarchy is effectively over. I mean, this must be just an absolutely tragic moment for him. When he's in effective captivity, he is treated with respect, but he must be internally going through hell.
Ludwig was taken to Kasselberg on the shores of Lake Starnberg in Bavaria. There he was to meet with Dr. Gudden, who had been appointed by the government to be the king's personal physician.
The official course of events is very straightforward. Both Gudden and Ludwig decide after dinner, like a couple of gentlemen, they want to take the air and have a bit of a constitutional along the shores of Lake Starnberg.
King Ludwig II and Dr. Gudden came through this gate at about 6:35 in the evening and walked along this path.
What happens next? Again, on the surface, seems very simple. These two men, after some hours, still haven't returned. And naturally, back at the Schloss, there's a lot of concern.
The personnel at Kasselberg immediately started a search party. They came down this path looking for them. Their search efforts were frustrated by the fact that it was raining that night, windy, stormy, and it took several hours until one of the members of the search party decided to search the shoreline.
They find two bodies floating face down in the lake. They're fished out, and one of them, to their horror, is Gudden, but to even greater horror, the other is Ludwig.
For over 100 years, debate has raged about exactly what had happened on that fateful walk along the lake, with many suspecting that Ludwig had been the victim of foul play.
I think when we're assessing King Ludwig's death, the timing is everything, that he was forcibly removed from Neuschwanstein. Within 24 hours, he was in the castle of Berg and he was dead.
To my mind, it's incredibly strange that two perfectly healthy grown men can go for a walk along a lake after supper and yet end up face down, dead, drowned.
The official verdict released by the government concluded that Ludwig had committed suicide by drowning.
What is certain is that Ludwig had somehow thrown off his coat and jacket at the same time, so he'd actually done it in one gesture. And there were certainly signs on von Gudden that he had been in some kind of physical struggle. His hands were scratched, and I think a nail was missing.
Actually, this is the first place where there were signs of a struggle between Ludwig and Dr. Gudden. After the bodies were recovered, the physicians discovered that Dr. Gudden was missing half a fingernail. They later discovered that half a fingernail in Ludwig's overcoat. Apparently what happened here is that Ludwig dashed and Gudrun tried to grab him, and in the struggle, lost part of the fingernail.
One theory is that Ludwig, now genuinely maddened by the fact he's lost his power and his status, gets into a fight with Gudrun on the sides of the lake, and during the struggle, perhaps drowns Gudrun and then drowns himself, or perhaps even the other way around. And that is what the official inquiry will suggest.
What interpretation is put on that is another matter. For example, they both drowned, and yet they were found floating in water that was really not deep enough for a grown man.
I am suspicious of the official government theory. And one reason has to do with the dry drowning theory.
One of the most contentious issues about the case concerns the fact that Ludwig was found floating on the surface of the lake, which some believe indicates that his lungs had not filled up with water prior to his death. This is something that is usually confirmed in the autopsy report.
Concerning the king's death, we have an autopsy report here. First, we have an introduction, a short so-called protocol, signed by 3 people, by the Lord Chamberlain, by the Minister of the Royal House and Foreign Affairs, and by a secretary of that ministry. The doctors don't say anything explicitly about the cause of the king's death, but they describe his mortal remains as the corpse of a man who had drowned in water. Dr. von Ziemßen, who wrote the report, didn't say anything explicitly about water in the lungs.
Some people believe that the autopsy report, which was commissioned by the government, may have left out vital information pertaining to the real cause of Ludwig's death. John Wright is a forensic consultant with a specialist interest in historical cold cases.
Normally, when we breathe, our lungs are full of air. And obviously, if we enter a lake and we drown, our lungs become full of water. I'll demonstrate that. A balloon full of air symbolises a lung full of air. If we place it in the water, it floats. When we drown, and our lungs are filled with water, and the 2 large air sacs that we have in our body become dead weights. The balloon full of water sinks slowly to the bottom.
So if Ludwig didn't die from drowning, what exactly did happen? Many people believe that both the government and Prince Luitpold had no intention of ever letting Ludwig leave his confinement, as they feared that if he could prove that he was not insane, then they would be put on trial for treason.
There are a lot of conspiracy theories out there that are outlandish and strange, but I think that the death of King Ludwig, to my mind, certainly looks like it could have been a murder. And I find it very strange that we still can't see the bones of King Ludwig, because I think they'll probably show that Ludwig was shot.
There was a fisherman living in the town of Berg here, on the other side of the Castle Berg. And there is a theory that he was actually involved in an escape attempt.
Jakob Liddell was Ludwig's personal fisherman working on Lake Sternberg. He is alleged to have left behind a written account of what happened that day.
After Ludwig's death, he never talked about what happened that night. There's some evidence that Jakob Liddell confided in his diary, and he wrote that he was waiting in a boat for King Ludwig, and as Ludwig approached his boat and was climbing in, was shot in the back by the armed guards.
The autopsy doesn't show any gunshot wounds, but the autopsy was commissioned by the government, which could have been the same body that would have shot King Ludwig. So of course they're not going to find proof of their own foul doing.
In 2007, the Bavarian art historian Siegfried Wichmann came forward with a sketch by the 19th century German artist Hermann Kaulbach. Wichmann claimed that the subject of the drawing was none other than King Ludwig himself, and it was made just moments after his death. Interestingly, it appears to show blood oozing from the subject's mouth.
If this is a picture of Ludwig, and this is blood, this could very well indicate internal injury or internal trauma. However, this may well be another individual. It's very unreliable evidence, and these shadows could be anything from pencil marks to shadows on the drawing.
Many experts disagree on whether the person depicted in the sketch really is King Ludwig. And with little known about its origins, it is hardly solid proof. Professor Wilhelm Liebhardt from the University of Augsburg is one of the leading authorities on King Ludwig II. He has a theory that instead of the king being the victim, he was in fact the murderer.
Wollte tatsächlich fliehen, aber Dr. Gutten will ihn festhalten, zieht an ihm, festhalten.
Professor Liebhardt believes that a struggle broke out as Dr. Gutten tried to prevent Ludwig from escaping. But things turned violent, and in a fit of rage, Ludwig killed the man who had caused him to be removed from his throne. Horrified at what he had done, Ludwig decided not to flee. Instead, he walked out into the lake and took his own life.
Er hat einen Menschen getötet. He murdered. He was a murderer.
Should we simply accept the official verdict given by the government? With so much conflicting information and so many unknowns, will we ever really know what happened that day by the lake? Or will Ludwig remain in death, much as he did in life, a mystery?
I doubt that we will ever find out what happened to him. And that's why I think this is Germany's greatest unsolved mystery.
King Ludwig's an enigma because we simply don't know enough about him. And he died too young, I suppose. I think anybody who's a figure of fascination to the population, be it Marilyn Monroe or King Ludwig of Bavaria, will attract conspiracy theories. I suppose that might explain why people say that, you know, the autopsy on King Ludwig is incorrect or it had been doctored.
Die Quellen sind deshalb verschwunden, wenn es welche gegeben hätte, weil sie würden ja irgendjemand belasten. Sie würden die Minister belasten, sie würden die Familie belasten, sie würden den Psychiater belasten. Solche Dinge räumt man weg.
This subject for the Bavarian government, for the royal family, this subject is closed. They're definitely not interested in any in reopening this situation.
It's a drama. It's an opera in itself. And who wouldn't want to be the star of that? Certainly Ludwig would have loved it.
If you accept it's implausible that two middle-aged men can walk along a lake and end up dead after an hour, then you're going to have to accept the fact there would have been a cover-up. And the only way we can get to the bottom of it is to have a look at Ludwig's bones. And if there's any gunshot wounds on his bones, then that will suggest that the report was a cover-up. But until we can do that, it's always going to be a mystery.
I personally believe that The mystery is far more interesting and far more in line, in keeping with Ludwig's life than any kind of solution. He was a mystery. He was about poetry and romance and drama, and you can't get more poetic or more romantic or dramatic than dying in such strange circumstances.
On the 24th of January, 1941, the body of Jocelyn Hay, the 22nd Earl of Errol, was discovered in the early hours of the morning at a deserted crossroads in the Kenyan capital of Nairobi. Found slumped in his car with a single bullet wound to the head, his murder would send shockwaves through Kenya's notorious Happy Valley set, a colonial community made up of aristocracy and society's wealthy elite.
You have all these figures who are all assembled there because, for one reason or another, none of them are in a position to hack it back in Britain.
Who had killed him? And what reason did they have for wanting him dead?
There were stories about him having mothers and daughters on billiard tables.
It was in trying to get to the bottom of this crime that the lid was lifted on how this African outpost of the British Empire had become a playground for royalty and the aristocracy, notorious for its lethal mix of drink, drugs, and sex.
This was a seriously racy, seriously naughty place.
With the drug addictions, the morphine, cocaine, with the alcohol, with the wife swapping.
To this day, the murder of the Earl of Errol has officially remained unsolved, with his killer escaping justice and the death penalty. But there are those who believe they have uncovered new hard evidence that proves exactly who it was that murdered the Earl of Errol.
I've kept them at home here because they're quite inflammatory, what's said on the tapes. It does name somebody as implicated in the murder.
Just how did the 22nd Earl of Errol come to be found shot dead in his car on a remote road in the Kenyan capital? Known for his lavish party lifestyle, sexual promiscuity, and countless infidelities, the Earl was no stranger to making enemies. Could it have been one of the wealthy women whose money he had frittered away, an obsessed former lover, or perhaps the husband of one of the many wives that Errol had seduced? Jocelyn Victor Hay was the 22nd Earl of Errol, one of Scotland's most distinguished titles. Educated at England's prestigious Eton College, Hay carved a controversial image from a young age and was expelled from school after only 2 years of attendance. His father held the post of High Commissioner in Berlin, and Joss was expected to follow in his footsteps and seek out a political career.
It's hard to think of a better connected person in British society than the Earl of Errol. The Errol family are an incredibly old family. As the High Constables of Scotland, this honorific title they hold, they've been walking immediately behind the monarch in coronations since 1315. That's 600 years at the very apex of British society. And in the form of Jocelyn Hay, the Earl of Errol in this story, you've got the very embodiment of the louche, glamorous figure.
He'd had a very checkered school career and subsequently He was a very wild child, wild young man, into women, and his family didn't really want him around.
At the age of 22, Errol had become infatuated with a wealthy married woman several years his senior.
In 1923, the Earl of Errol married a most unsuitable woman, Lady Edina Sackville, who'd been married twice before.
Very attractive and very experienced, twice married, older than him.
The couple scandalised English society. They weren't welcome at Royal Ascot. They weren't really welcome anywhere.
Finding themselves ostracized, the couple looked for ways to escape the judgmental eyes of British society. So when the opportunity arose, they jumped at the chance to start a new life abroad.
Supposedly in her divorce settlement, she was getting half of a 2,500-acre farm that she was going to move back to the Kenya colony. And so I should think that was rather an attractive proposition for him.
If you're divorced twice, you couldn't basically stay in the United Kingdom. So where's the obvious choice? Go to the colonies. What's the best place to go? Well, Happy Valley. So that's where this couple end up.
Errol and Lady Edina moved to Kenya in 1924. As he was penniless at this time, the move was financed entirely by Edina. Before long, the pair were enjoying all the trappings that Kenya had to offer, and were soon well established among the notorious community of expats known as the Happy Valley set.
Happy Valley was a name given to a very remote valley in the Aberdare Mountains called the Wanjohi Valley.
Happy Valley set was a group of mainly aristocratic people.
It is this sort of kind of enclave at the time of Britishness. And it's a place where you have all these figures, these very loose figures like Errol, who are all assembled there because for one reason or another, none of them are in a position to hack it back in Britain.
Well, it was Edina mainly who threw the wild parties, which they went to, which were sort of orgies of drugs and swapping husbands and wives and alcohol. And so her parties were infamous.
Happy Valley, as it became known, is roughly 100 miles from the Kenyan capital of Nairobi. Here, Errol and Edina built a house which they named Slains, after his family castle in Scotland. Juliet Barnes is a Kenyan-born author who grew up surrounded by the stories and legends of the wild parties that took place here.
So this is Slains. Edina began her Happy Valley parties here, so this was where they swapped partners and took drugs and drank too much and everything got a bit out of hand.
Most of the house has now been lost to time and the elements. But the stories of what took place here have still managed to survive.
I dare say everybody arrived with a few crates of champagne, and Edina probably got the booze and drugs in beforehand. This would have been a long front room with fireplaces, which would have been the living room and the dining room at that end. And her bedroom would have been this side, where all the honeysuckle is. And there would have been a bathroom here. And this is where she apparently had a green onyx bathtub in the centre of the room, which was the beginning of the evening's games. She would take her bath and she'd invite her guests in for cocktails and they'd all sit round while she took her bath. So that was the warming up for the night ahead.
Errol and Edina became infamous for the parties they threw at Slains, which were known for their abundance of alcohol, drugs, and sexual freedom. Some of the most regular guests there were the likes of Countess Alice de Janze, Molly Ramsay Hill, and Dickie Pembroke.
If these walls could talk, I should think what they say would be X-rated. Apparently there weren't any roof partitions, there weren't any ceilings, so you could kind of hear everything that went on in these old houses. Nothing was very private, which is quite a frightening thought considering the sort of parties they got up to.
One of the highlights of their parties were the games that Edina would insist on playing.
Lady Edina had almost complete sexual control over the Happy Valley set. And she did it through playing this game with a feather. She just had this very light, small feather, which she'd hold in her hand. She'd stand in the middle of a circle and she'd just blow the feather into the air. And whichever way that feather blew and landed, whoever's feet it ended up, that's the person she would sleep with that night.
Edina was the ringmaster of the Happy Valley set. That was her role.
In many ways, it's just kind of like a 1970s, spin the bottle or car key game. But of course, this is Happy Valley. And everyone there is in black tie. They're good looking, they're glamorous, they're rich. So therefore, it seems far more glamorous and kind of not quite as seedy as one might imagine.
The Happy Valley set had started to become known for their hedonism and complete disregard for the strict moral rules of polite society.
I think they were very self-absorbed as well. Very few of them actually did anything serious like farming. It was all about having a good time, the next party, drinking, dancing, and that was their life.
It was said famously that there were 3 vices that all the Happy Valley sets succumbed to: altitude, alcohol, and adultery. And people like Errol did all that in spades.
Errol had garnered a reputation for sleeping with other men's wives, a habit that would go on to have fatal consequences.
This was a seriously racy, seriously naughty place. By day, you'd be playing polo. By night, you'd be sleeping with your friend's wife. You'd be beating your servants. You might be injecting yourself with cocaine. You'd be getting rip-roaringly drunk. And you would be burning down the piano in the club because you'd once heard that Jews might be admitted to it.
I think the Happy Valley set were notorious because they were so unashamed about the wife swapping, certainly. And I don't think it was just wife swapping with the Earl of Errol. I think he had anything that moved if she was rich enough and slightly older than he was. There were stories about him in the Mutega Club, the social club in Nairobi, that he was having mothers and daughters on billiard tables. This would not go down well at Government House in Nairobi, and Edina was blacklisted several times, that she wasn't welcome in certain places that were classed as quite respectable.
The majority of people in the colony were just trying to get on with farming and worked really hard and thoroughly disapproved them.
They were quite different from the rest of the British in Kenya. Farming in Africa is a very difficult business, and a lot of farmers went broke in the Depression, and it was a very hard life. Farmers worked hard, vets, school teachers, engineers, all sorts of British worked very hard, and they tended to look askance at all these people known as veranda farmers, people who just sat on the veranda and never actually did anything, and they were not liked at all for that reason.
But endless parties and keeping up with that kind of lifestyle wasn't cheap. And the Earl quickly ran up debts. His wife, Edina, also believed that her husband had been cheating her out of money and divorced him in 1930.
Errol's first marriage to Edina broke up because he was a terrible womanizer, and he spent all her money, and after a bit she got fed up with it.
I think it was actually not entirely his fault. She got utterly fed up with his philandering, but she was doing the same. And, she was very, as they said, handy with the needle. They were importing and taking cocaine, and it was quite a drug-fueled society that little group had.
I think it's fair to say that Edina split from Jos Errol rather than vice versa. She said that she could forgive affairs, but what she couldn't really forgive was him falling in love. And he fell in love with a married lady, and it was all very public and would have been quite humiliating to somebody like Edina Errol, who was a very beautiful woman.
But it didn't take him long to find comfort and financial support elsewhere. He soon married Molly Ramsey Hill, a wealthy divorcee and fellow member of the Happy Valley set. Together they continued their lifestyle of promiscuity and decadent excess.
He married Molly Ramsay Hill, I think, for her money, because he was actually running short of funds at the time. But he didn't find her a satisfactory or particularly attractive wife. She wasn't particularly beautiful. He liked beautiful women. So it was a very unhappy marriage, that one.
It was apparent almost from the moment that the Earl of Errol married Molly Ramsay Hill that it wasn't going to go well. You know, she was a wealthy woman, that he went after wealthy women. He had to because he didn't have too much capital himself. The fact that he drained her money in a very short time, the fact that she drank and was seen to drink herself stupid and also take heroin, it's a very extreme response to your husband treating you badly, but he must have treated her very badly.
She wanted to give birth to a new Earl, but she couldn't do that, so she took to drink and drugs. And Errol got so fed up that he told the house servants to give her all the drink she wanted in the hope that she might die. And the sad thing is, in August 1939, she did die of drink and drugs.
The doctor said that her room smelled of vomit and champagne, which is probably quite indicative of the Happy Valley set. You know, there is the glamour that we all adore, the champagne, and then there's really the quite seamy side that was most unpleasant.
Single once again, Lord Errol turned his attentions to another married woman, the wife of a fellow peer and newest member of the Happy Valley set, Sir Jock Delves Broughton.
Jock Broughton was a hereditary baronet, old Etonian, ex-guards officer, very rich and immensely stupid. He was an old man of 58 when he fell in love with Diana Caldwell, who was a young blonde in her 20s.
Lady Diana Delves Broughton was a beautiful divorcee who had met Sir Jock in South Africa before moving with him to Kenya.
He was entranced by her youth and good looks. She was impressed equally by his money, and it was a marriage that was never going to last.
She, of course, was coming along as his pretty young wife, coming along for the ride. But Diana was said to be a bit of a fortune seeker and a title seeker.
I would imagine that Diana Caldwell saw in Jock, she saw pound signs in her eyes. Perhaps wanted the title, wanted to be Lady Delves Broughton, and which she became.
Diana had first met Errol at the Muthaiga Club, an exclusive country club in the heart of Nairobi. They were introduced by Sir Jock himself, and it was an instant attraction and the start of a series of events that would result in Errol's murder.
Diana's affair with Errol almost starts as soon as these two meet each other. Diana says at that meeting, "I was suddenly aware that I'd instantly become the most important thing in his life." So it was obvious that they had immense physical attraction towards each other.
He sidled up to she and said, "Who's going to tell Jock, you or me?" And this was before they'd even danced, touched, kissed, anything at all.
Errol soon set about trying to seduce Lady Diana, and it didn't take long for her to succumb to his advances. They were soon involved in an illicit affair.
And so they start this very, very passionate relationship that Sir Jock, Diana's husband, is 100% aware of. Now, under the mores of the time, you could have an affair in Happy Valley with someone else's husband or wife, but what you shouldn't do is rub the third party's nose in it. You know, the gentlemanly or ladylike polite thing to do would be to do it discreetly. Everyone knows it's going on, but don't show off about it.
Sir Jock was being publicly humiliated by his young wife and her new lover. However, before their marriage, Jock had agreed to a rather unusual arrangement with Diana.
He was a rich old man, she was young, and so he agreed with her that if she fell in love with a younger man, he wouldn't stand in the way of a divorce, and he would provide her with an income of £5,000 a year, which was an enormous sum at the time, for 7 years.
It was almost as if he was simply paying her while she was on his arm to be his attractive young wife in tow.
And it may be that he made that offer in order to persuade her to marry him in the first place.
Not only was Sir Jock losing his wife to a younger man, but he was going to have to pay her for the privilege. But true to his word, Sir Jock did not stand in their way.
Jock Delves Broughton had suffered many humiliations already, bearing in mind he'd only been married for about 2 months to Diana. He'd had, anonymous notes posted at the Mutega Club saying there's no fool like an old fool. So you can do one of two things. You can either put on a brave face and pretend to support this, catastrophe actually for him, that the marriage had broken up in a couple of months. Or you could behave as any red-blooded male would and ask Jos Errol for a duel. He chose the former. He chose to put on a brave face.
Jock was an enormous fan of horse racing, and he would use a horse racing metaphor to describe the fact that he had lost Diana to Errol. He said, "I cut my losses." He knew that physically and probably in bed, he could not compete with Errol and could not bring Diana the sexual satisfaction she clearly desired and received from Errol. Jock was aware of this, knew his own shortcomings in that department, and decided to try and do the gentlemanly thing.
On the night the Earl of Errol died, Errol, Broughton, Lady Broughton, and June Carberry all had dinner together in the Mutega Club, as if nothing awful was happening.
And Jock made a toast saying to Jos and Diana, "I wish them every happiness in the future and may their union be blessed with an heir."
At the end of the dinner in the Mutega Club, Broughton and June Carberry stayed on at the club to drink. And that's odd in itself, because Broughton wasn't usually a drinker. Errol and Lady Broughton went off to a nearby Nairobi nightclub to go dancing, because she loved dancing. And it was agreed that after the evening was over, the Earl of Errol would drive Diana back to Broughton's house in the Nairobi suburb of Karen.
Now, Errol is as good as his word and brings Diana back by 2:30 in the morning.
Errol drove Diana back home and escorted her into the house. After saying his goodbyes, he returned to his car to make the journey back. What happened next has never been fully explained. All that is known for certain is that early the next morning, a local dairy worker made a shocking discovery at a remote crossroads just 2 miles from Sir Jock and Diana's house. It was Lord Errol, his body slumped inside the car with what seemed to be a bullet wound to the side of his head. The police were called to the scene, but they found no witnesses. And what little forensic evidence there was had been lost to a series of mistakes during their recovery.
I think that there was quite a botched situation. They took the car into a garage in Nairobi, by which time everybody's fingerprints were upon it. A lot of evidence had been destroyed all around the car scene, everybody's footprints.
It's really important for a crime scene to be left untouched, because anybody that goes into it could alter it and could change the evidence for the investigators to look at later in the future.
All that now remained of the evidence were the bullets from the .32 caliber murder weapon, gunpowder residue on Errol's face, and a series of scuff marks in the back of the car.
They were the Kenyan police, and they were dealing with a colonial murder of an earl. So there would have been certain protocols and not stepping on certain feet, and it would have been incredibly sensitive for the Kenyan police to be, sort of sticking their noses into a world that the white settlers would have said was above them.
Due to the press attention that the crime received, the police were under increasing pressure to find the murderer. But surprisingly, the first suspect to be investigated was not Sir John, but one of Errol's former lovers, Alice de Janzay.
Alice de Janzay was a most interesting character, a very glamorous young American married to a French count.
She was a friend of Idina and Jos, and she and her first husband, Count Frederick de Janzay, came out to visit Idina and Jos and decided they liked the Happy Valley lifestyle so much, or Alice certainly did. I think he was more of a respectable count, but Alice loved all the wild parties and everything, and they bought a small farm, Wanjohi Farm, not far away from Slains, where Idina and Errol were.
Alice de Janzay was called the Wicked Madonna by the Happy Valley set, and by their standards, that's really saying something.
In what is now a school in the Kenyan town of Gilgil stands all that is left of Alice de Janzay's former house. But back when Alice lived here, you would have got a very different kind of education.
Alice and her husband, Count Frederick de Janzay, lived here while they were building the main house. It would have been wild parties. Alice did drugs quite seriously.
But she was obviously a great party animal, and probably like Idina, I think she was quite cultured and well-read and good conversation and good fun. Her biographer certainly says there was a very manic-depressive side to her, and she used to get very unhappy, very black moods.
Local conservationist Solomon Gitau grew up on Alice's farm. He knew many of her servants and remembers the stories that they told him about what happened at the house. He is in no doubt that Alice de Janzay was Lord Errol's murderer.
To me, she is the first suspect. I think by that because Alice was very jealous. And one day, Alice was very upset. I don't know the reason why she was upset about. And when she was in the kitchen, she started complaining about Lodell and say, one day I shall kill him.
Suspicion first fell on Alice when she was reported to have acted very strangely when viewing Errol's body at the mortuary.
Alice did something very unusual after Errol's death. She went to the morgue to view his body. She kissed Errol on the lips.
And told him now he was hers forever. I think probably that helped to make her a suspect.
But the police's main reason for questioning Alice was that it would not have been the first time she had shot someone.
Alice de Janzay was pulled in for one very simple reason. She had previous. A few years before, she had got out a pistol in the Gare du Nord in Paris and shot her lover and also shot herself in the stomach. Now, neither of them died, but it was clear that this was a woman who was very happy to shoot people.
Countess de Janzay had made headlines around the world for the shooting of her lover, Raymond de Trafford. Raymond survived, and Alice was handed a suspended sentence on the grounds of her diminished mental state. That previous conviction alone was enough to put her in the frame. Could Alice have been responsible for Errol's murder?
She admitted that she had done the deed, and she also wrote in the flyleaf of a book that she had done it. But she was a bit addled at the time, And I don't think the police believed her. They didn't see how she could have been at the scene of the crime, at the corner, and shot him. And how did she know when he would be passing by in the car? And how would she get there? So I think they just dismissed it as insubstantial evidence, not to be trusted.
The investigation into Alice de Jonzé ceased when she was able to provide an alibi. The focus of the investigation was then swiftly moved to Sir Jock Broughton.
Well, bearing in mind it was, I think, 7 weeks after the Earl was shot that Jock Delves Broughton was arrested and charged with the murder, which seems to be an inordinately long time to come to the obvious suspect, because various members of the Happy Valley sect did blab, and did say that he didn't take it quite as well as people expected or people thought that he took to his wife being stolen by the Earl of Errol. So I'm only surprised he wasn't arrested immediately.
Sir Jock was taken into custody and tried for the murder of Lord Errol. During the proceedings, his defense argued that June Carberry had stayed at Sir Jock's house that night and confirmed that she had seen him at home at 3:30 a.m., just 1 hour after the murder had taken place.
They also tried to suggest that Jock had hidden in the back of the car and shot Errol and then walked back, and it's actually quite a distance to walk.
And they brought in a lot of medical evidence about how it would have taken him 2 hours to walk back to the house.
Plus, if June Carberry is to be believed, he was very drunk that night. So it's all just so unlikely.
Unable to place him at the scene of the crime, the prosecution now needed to link Sir Jock to the murder weapon.
He had reported the theft of 2 of his revolvers 2 days before the murder, without any sign of a break-in at his house, which suggested to the police that he may have been setting up an alibi for why he didn't have the gun anymore.
The prosecution went back to the evidence recovered from the crime scene and tried to make a match.
The police case against Jock Broughton rested on one crucial thing, which was that the bullet that had killed the Earl of Errol matched the striation marks that showed up on other bullets that had been fired from Broughton's gun previously. The police had picked up some old bullets that Broughton had fired, and they had compared them, and they were convinced that the marks were the same, and therefore it was Broughton's gun that had killed Errol.
But the prosecution were no match for Sir Jock's experienced legal team.
Morris, the lawyer that Diana had hired to defend Jock, was a ballistic expert.
Broughton's lawyer was able to prove in court that the bullet that killed Errol had not come from any Colt revolver. The case collapsed, and he walked from court a free man.
To this day, no one has ever been convicted for the murder of the Earl of Errol, and the case remains unsolved. There was one person, however, who claimed they knew exactly who had done it. Juanita Carberry was just 15 years old at the time of the murder. She was the stepdaughter of June Carberry, one of Jock's and Diana's close friends, who was with them at the Muthaiga Club the night of the murder. She claims to have visited Jock with her stepmother June on the day that Errol's body was discovered.
Juanita was left with Jock, and apparently she asked him if he wanted to go and see her horse. When she was taking him to see her horse, he confessed to her that he had actually done the crime. But apparently when June Carberry found out about this, she swore Juanita to secrecy. She did seem absolutely genuine about it. I couldn't see why she was making it up.
But Juanita also witnessed something else that day.
Story about Jock Delves Broughton lighting a bonfire at home the morning after the Earl of Errol had been found.
she said that she went into the garden and saw Jock burning these white plimsolls on a fire in the garden.
What reason did Jock have for wanting to destroy a pair of his shoes?
The evidence they gathered was that in the back of the car there were a lot of white scuff marks. Now, people wore what we used to call tackies, which are white plimsolls, and we used to make them white with Blanco, which scuffed off on any surface, actually. You'd get white scuff marks. They found a lot of those in the back of the car.
If we take a white sports shoe and mark it on leather, quite often it'll leave a white mark on the leather itself. So we'd advise people investigating the crime scene that there may well have been some shoes with shoe whitener present at the crime scene.
If those were Sir Jock's shoes that made the scuff marks in the back of Errol's car, surely it proves that he was indeed the murderer. But what about his defense in court, which conclusively proved that he would not have had time to shoot Errol and walk back to his house by 3:30 a.m.? Christine Nichols is an author who grew up in Kenya in the 1940s. Christine began looking into the murder for a book she was writing, and her research turned up an unexpected piece of evidence.
The new information that came up was in the tape of Dan Trench. Maxwell Trench had told his son Dan that he knew about the murder.
Dan Trench was born in Kenya in 1919. His parents were close friends with June Carberry, who had apparently divulged to Dan's father exactly what had happened that night.
2 tapes here, the originals. Well, I've kept them at home here because they're quite inflammatory, what's said on the tape. Well, Dan claims that his father had told him that Delves Broughton had had a lift back from the murder scene to his house, and that the chap who had given him the lift was an ear, nose, throat and eye specialist in Nairobi called Athan Phillip, who lived nearby.
Dan Trench gave the interview in 1986 on the agreement that it would only be released after his death.
This Dr. Phillip had a house the other side of the road. My father told me to arrange to Broughton, arrange with Phillip to be there at a certain place to pick him up and drive him back immediately to the drive of the house.
The murder took place just over 2 miles from Broughton's home. Broughton, in court, pointed out that he was an old man and had a walking problem. He claimed that he couldn't possibly have shot Errol and then walked all the way home and been in bed, and that it was just physically impossible.
Did the job, getting a car, Phillip's car, Phillip's driving and just jumping at the gate, and he's back in the house.
So that's the alibi?
You and I are the only 2 people in the world who know that.
So that means that Delves Broughton definitely did do it, and he did it himself?
Yeah. It's a secret.
I promise it's a secret.
Yeah.
With both Dan Trench and Dr. Athan Phillip having passed away, is there any way to verify the contents of this tape?
Well, it does name somebody as implicated in the murder, and he's dead now. He can't speak for himself. His daughter doesn't believe what's been said. So it is really very difficult to decide whether this is true or not. Dan Trench certainly believed what he said was true.
If we are to believe the evidence against Sir Jock Delves Broughton, it would seem clear that he was indeed guilty of Errol's murder. But how did he do it?
At about 2:30, Errol returns back to the Delves Broughton house, bringing back, as he promised, Diana. Errol then gets into his car, his Buick. But unbeknown to him, there's someone in the back, and that person is Sir Jock, who's waiting. and waiting for his moment. And the Buick is driving along on the road back to Nairobi. And just as the car approaches a junction, Delves Broughton pulls out his pistol and shoots him dead.
Does the new evidence conclusively prove once and for all who really killed Jocelyn Hay, the 22nd Earl of Errol?
I'm quite sure that Jock Broughton killed the Earl of Errol. Who else knew where Errol was in the small hours of the morning, on a dark road in the middle of Africa? Broughton was the only man who knew he was there. Of course he did it.
I think it's been conclusively proved that Jock Delves Broughton did shoot the Earl of Errol, that he was helped to and from the scene of the crime, that he wasn't drunk. It suggests with the alleged burglary, the theft of the gun 2 days before, and the increased heavy drinking 2 or 3 days before, that he decided quite suddenly that he was going to kill the Earl of Errol, but that he'd given it 2 or 3 days and found the opportunity and set it up.
I don't know who killed the Earl of Errol. I really don't. I suspect it might have been Delves Broughton. Could have been Diana. Could have been de Joncé.
No one involved in the case ever spoke about it publicly after the trial. And it seems that in Happy Valley, one tragedy follows another.
Alice committed suicide. She made 2 attempts and the second one was successful. She shot herself, but first she made up her bed with her best linen, which had the family crest on it, and she filled her room with flowers and she shot herself, and this time she was successful. She requested a cocktail party be held at her grave, but unfortunately there weren't many people around, so it never happened.
But even though he was found not guilty of the murder, the court case had proved too scandalous, and Jock returned to England in disgrace shortly afterwards.
Well, Jock Delves Broughton's story has a very sad end, that he almost limps back from Nairobi to the United Kingdom, and he killed himself in a hotel in Liverpool, of all places, and it was an injection of morphine that finished him off, which again strongly suggests that he was the killer of the Earl of Errol.
He had medical issues, he wasn't very well, and he left 2 notes when he died. One was to say that he couldn't stand the physical pain of his illnesses anymore, and the other was to say that he couldn't stand any more strain about the trial. And in my opinion, killing himself was the last act of a guilty man.
As for Lady Diana, she stayed on in Kenya, marrying a further 2 times before her death in 1987, aged 76.
I think Diana's grief was genuine after her lover was killed. But amazingly enough, she actually remarried quite soon afterwards. She married Gilbert Colville, who was an eccentric, rather reclusive farmer, very big landowner, very nice man, apparently. And she married him, and they were very happily married for 12 years. And she then married again his best friend, who was Lord Delamere, the 4th Baron Delamere, and she became Lady Delamere. So she got what she wanted, which was a lot of money, a lot of land, and titles, which was what people said Diana was always after, although I'm sure there was more to Diana than that.
There is now little to remind us of the hedonistic lives once lived in these picturesque Kenyan landscapes. But the murder of the Earl of Errol continues to fascinate through the generations.
I don't think we'll ever find out what happened to the Earl of Errol. It's too long ago. Not enough evidence was gathered at the time. The prosecution was botched. And it's too late to find out anything now. But it will run and run, this story. People will continue to have theories because it's interesting, exciting.
On the 25th of August, 1942, during the height of the Second World War, an RAF flying boat destined for Reykjavik in Iceland crashed into the side of a hill in the Scottish Highlands. Among those who lost their lives was the VIP they were transporting. He was Prince George, Duke of Kent, brother of King George VI. To this day, the true cause of the crash remains a mystery, leading many to question whether this was simply a tragic accident or the planned assassination of a member of the royal family.
It's more than a possibility, horrible though it is to contemplate, that Kent's plane was actually sabotaged.
Was George simply a wayward prince, best known for his scandalous private life? Or as some now claim, the ringleader of a plot to overthrow Churchill and make peace with Nazi Germany?
We have tentatively concluded that there was actually a coup attempt underway on May the 10th, 1941.
There's a great deal of evidence that the royal family were actively seeking to sue for peace with Germany, and that Prince George was a major player.
During his lifetime, George became one of the best-known public figures of the age. Yet after his mysterious death in a plane crash in 1942, the details of his life were seemingly erased from history. Some now believe that this is the result of a cover-up. But what were they trying to hide? Could it be to do with the rumors about his illegitimate child, his relationships with men, maybe even his drug addiction? Or was it to do with the more recent theory, linking George to the British intelligence service, Rudolf Hess, and a plot to make peace with Adolf Hitler? Just what had Prince George been involved in, and did it play a part in his untimely death? George was born in 1902 on the Sandringham estate in the English county of Norfolk. At the time of his birth, he was fifth in line to the throne, behind his father and three older brothers. His early life was typical for that of a young prince, and there was little to suggest that he would go on to become one of the most controversial royals in the history of the British monarchy.
He was the fourth son of George V and Queen Mary. So responsibilities in his life were never going to be as onerous as those for his brothers.
But because George was lower down in the pecking order, he probably escaped a lot of his father's ire.
Prince George went to St. Peter's Court at Broadstairs, and he was a very quick student, very able boy who did extremely well. Later, he was sent off to the Junior Naval College at Osborne on the Isle of Wight.
He did show remarkable ability at naval affairs when he went to Naval College. He was very good there.
When there were telltale signs that all was not going well for George was when he went to the Senior Royal Naval College at Dartmouth. And that is when he went from the top of the academic ladder to the bottom.
I think it was very unfair to put a young boy who was quite sensitive, like Prince George, into Naval College. Huge handicap that he was seasick. So, as you know, a sort of austere shipboard upbringing is the last thing you would impose on a quite artistic, sensitive, outgoing, rather lovely young man.
But it soon became clear to George that a life at sea was not for him.
The strictness, I think, of naval protocol, the way that they were expected to behave, just didn't sit comfortably with Prince George at all.
He stood out from the rest of his family in terms that he was much more intellectual, much more sophisticated, much more cultured.
Now, contrast those artistic sensibilities to the rigors of a naval career, and you can actually see the dichotomy that existed there, and the challenge that there was for Prince George to actually stick at something that he really did not want to be a part of and was desperate to be free of. But it was really his ill health that persuaded King George V that he should leave the Royal Navy.
George revelled in his newfound freedom, and where better to exercise it than the hedonistic night spots of London's roaring 20s.
He's a man with privilege and wealth, but no real role in life. But he has got an enormous appetite for some of the more louche and slightly more racy side of life.
He discovered the London party scene through his older brother Edward, who was very much a fixture on it during the 1920s.
And it's hard to imagine a better party circuit the world has ever had. I mean, this is a seriously glamorous world.
It opened up a new world to him. He discovered drinking and dancing. He could indulge his passions for music and in a way that he just hadn't been able to before.
Prince George was the kind of man you wanted at a party, you know, because he could play the piano like Noel Coward or Ivan Novello. He could entertain, he could sing. He was very charismatic, he was very good company, he could talk to anybody.
For George, the whole thing was an adventure. You know, here he was, pretty much a matinee idol, a good-looking guy who also happened to be a prince. The world was his oyster.
The two princes, I suppose, had a ball, and why would they not? It was also the jazz age. So this is interesting because we're getting away from the sort of classical age of, of King George V and Queen Mary, who were certainly not syncopated characters, to these two young princes who liked hot jazz, enjoyed cocktails, enjoyed nightlife, and they clearly had a ball.
George was handsome, eloquent, and charming. He had become the quintessential playboy prince who quickly gained a reputation for his womanizing.
You could pretty much sleep around, provided it was with somebody that wasn't going to be damaging you or your career or your position, which is why showgirls and actresses were considered fair game. There was the actress Lois Sturt, and people like Gloria Swanson and Tallulah Bankhead, famous silent movie stars, also crossed George's path at that time.
He had enormous passion for all the big names, certainly, that he went to bed with. It was very rarely just a one-off, a mere dalliance, although he had those as well, by the bucket load. But he did have genuine feelings for an awful lot of the people he was involved with. And that made him special in those circles.
For all of George's countless romances, flings, and liaisons, there was one who stood out from the rest.
Another love of George's was Poppy Baring. She was a member of the very wealthy Baring banking family. Somebody found them one day snuggled up together in one another's arms, and it was thought that these two would get married, and to start off with, it seemed as though the King and Queen had no objections, and then for whatever reason, it was all off.
King George was quick to remind his son that no matter how far down the pecking order, no member of the royal family is completely free to do as they please.
Poppy Baring was a banking heiress, which would have made her no more suitable in King George V's eyes as a royal bride than a Coleman's daughter. It didn't matter. Royal princes married into royalty, whether it was European or Russian at the time. So poppy bearing would have still been looked on as totally unsuitable.
George was devastated. He had once again fallen victim to the strict rules of royal protocol. In an attempt to keep his wayward son occupied, the king decided to send George on his first official royal visit. He was to join his eldest brother Edward, the future king of Great Britain, on a tour of South America. It was hoped that a busy schedule packed with royal duties would keep the brothers out of trouble, but nothing could have been further from the truth.
There was a tour that the Duke of Windsor and the Duke of Kent jointly went on to South America. And I believe it was Duke of Windsor's private secretary reported back to the king saying that the tour was really about wine and women and horsing around.
Whoever came up with the idea for these two princes going off together on an official visit actually got it pretty wrong, because these boys were there. They were there to represent the king and country. They were there to represent the crown. But in fact, they didn't do it terribly well.
And it was basically two boys off the leash. They would go to nightclubs, they would lark about, they would get incredibly drunk. They were just basically enjoying themselves. They were two young men making the most of being away from the stuffy Windsor court.
His actions on the official tour had caused a major embarrassment to the royal family, but that was soon overshadowed by his next scandal. Rumors had started to circulate that George had become involved with another flamboyant star of the stage and screen, Noel Coward.
Noel Coward and the Duke of Kent met after a performance in the early 1920s and struck up a public friendship, but many people believed in private was a romance. It's not implausible. I mean, there's a very famous story about Coward and the Duke of Kent cavorting around Mayfair dressed as women.
It was said that George and Coward would often raid the theatre's costume department and take late-night walks through London in disguise. On one occasion, however, Coward, along with Prince George, found themselves in trouble with the law.
They were arrested on suspicion of prostitution. And it goes without saying both of them got off very quickly, certainly as soon as Prince George's identity was ascertained. But he put himself in incredible danger, basically, doing such things. But in those days, he could get away with it because nobody in the press was ever going to report it.
This was an indication of a side to Prince George that the public didn't know about and in fact wouldn't know about. What was also not known to the public was that George was bisexual.
I think George's bisexuality was very much a problem for the royal family. It would have caused an enormous scandal had it come to light at that time, so they were desperate to keep it under wraps.
His gay life, the gay side to his life, he became increasingly reckless. And this became quite dangerous, really. You know, we have to remember that at that time, homosexuality was illegal.
George had narrowly avoided a public scandal, but his indiscretions had brought him to the attention of the British security services. Many now believe that George was considered a threat to the state, and that his death may have been connected to his many scandals and reckless behavior. A theory that is only compounded by the fact that George also fell victim to a blackmail plot.
There were several instances of the royal family having to hastily cover up potential huge scandals surrounding Prince George.
There was a story circulating, that's still circulating, that Prince George was being blackmailed by a male lover living in Paris, and that the prince had given him, I think, monogrammed Tiffany and Cartier cigarette boxes and various letters, which would have been compromising, hence the blackmail, and that the Duke of Windsor, his older brother, was the one who was sent to Paris to retrieve the letters and the gifts.
So George actually got himself potentially in an awful lot of scrapes, but the royal family, usually in the person of Edward, covered it up.
But still he refused to change his ways. Now, there were even stories that George had fathered an illegitimate child.
It was by a young woman called Violet Evans, who was the sister of a friend of George's when he was at the Osborne Naval Academy. She became part of George's set, and she became pregnant. And it is widely believed that George was the father of this child.
At the time, Violet was engaged to another man who agreed to stand by her as long as she went to Switzerland, had the child, and the child was put up for adoption, and there was nothing else to be said about it. What we do know is that Violet did have a child, did have a boy that she christened Michael, and that he was adopted by the Canfields. He had an interesting life. He went back to America with his adoptive parents.
Violet did go to Switzerland, where she gave birth to a boy. Arrangements were made for him to be adopted by the wealthy American publishing tycoon Cass Canfield, who christened him Michael. In later life, Michael went on to marry Laura Charteris, Duchess of Marlborough. This led to a chance encounter with George's older brother, Edward.
They were in Paris lunching with the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, and the Duke was staring intently at Michael Canfield, so much so that Laura said, "Is there a problem, sir?" And he said, "Your husband looks exactly like my brother George."
George continued to live his life to excess, much to the worry of both his family and the security services. To make matters worse, he was reported to have found a new vice: drugs.
Prince George's most dangerous liaison was with Kiki Preston, also known as the girl with the silver syringe. Kiki Preston had lived in Kenya for a couple of years when George came out on a private visit, and they began an affair. It was dangerous because Kiki Preston was known for her love of cocaine and morphine.
She actually carried a syringe around in her handbag, and just having a conversation with somebody, she would pull it out and inject herself. She was totally open with it. She sold it as an idea as being a very glamorous thing.
And a contemporary described her that she could stay up until 4 in the morning jabbing a syringe into her arm and then wake up at 8 o'clock and appear, in society looking as beautiful as ever. She's probably the woman who introduced the Duke of Kent to narcotics.
When George returned to England, he developed a full-blown addiction to cocaine and morphine, much to the consternation of his family, particularly his older brother, Edward. He took him to his country retreat.
I suppose you would say that it was like a rehab. They got him off the drugs, but it didn't take long. It was a matter of days rather than weeks, suggesting that Prince George was never an addict. He was just addicted to the love of Kiki Preston.
Tragedies seemed to follow George. Even the people involved in his many controversies met untimely ends.
I think it's fair to say there were quite a few casualties from the sort of jazz age, the 20s and 30s. Violet committed suicide, Kiki Preston committed suicide.
They all lived such fast lives in the fast lane. And so it's not surprising with the drink and the drugs that, in fact, they would burn out very quickly, and many of them did.
perhaps these unfortunate deaths pushed him to think about changing his ways a little.
But by 1934, George, for the most part, had seemed to put his troubled days behind him. After a short engagement, he married Princess Marina of Greece and Denmark. The wayward prince was finally settling down.
The excitement rises to a fever heat, and then the Duke and his bride appear, a radiantly happy couple.
I think with Marina, George had very much met his match. She was also cultured, intellectual, loved the arts, very beautiful, very striking. They made a tremendously glamorous couple.
When they married in 1934, there's a distinct mood change because he was made Duke of Kent. There's a seriousness and an understanding of a royal role, that now he's married and he went on to have 3 children. He became a family man. There's no real evidence after the Duke of Kent married Princess Marina that he strayed again.
A rewarding job as a factory inspector. He had a beautiful wife, he had children, but he was a restless, multifaceted, complex man who always was looking to other ways of developing his unbounded intelligence and many skills. So there was always a sense of a frustration about him.
But the years that followed were turbulent ones. By 1936, Britain had seen the death of one king and the abdication of another. There was also the rising threat of Nazi Germany. War was looming, and Britain needed to keep a close eye on political developments in Europe. In a twist of fate, the same security service that had once kept such a close eye on George now called upon him to serve his country.
The prospect of war with Germany for the second time as well, don't forget, didn't exactly fill the royal family with joy, and not surprisingly, because they were going to be at war with members of their own family.
I mean, after all, let's not forget that the House of Windsor was, of course, essentially German. And so many people, like Prince George, had really pretty close relatives in Germany.
It's believed that British intelligence had asked George to act unofficially as their negotiator with the Nazi Party in the hope of securing peace and avoiding war. And Princess Marina's German relations provided the perfect cover for George to enter and leave Germany without raising suspicion.
And so Prince George is hobnobbing, with his relations, some of whom, during their day jobs, were wearing swastikas around their arm.
It was an intelligence mission, if you like. He was able to find out from members of the family, some of whom were members of the Nazi Party, about the feeling, testing the water, finding out the thoughts were, what the plans were, and that he was able then to report back.
But in 1939, after the invasion of Poland, Britain declared war on Germany.
To change the situation by force in such a way as to threaten Polish independence, why then that would inevitably start a general conflagration in which this country would be involved.
All hopes of a peaceful resolution were now lost. Prince George returned to active military service, serving first in the Intelligence Division of the Admiralty before transferring to the RAF.
He wanted to be of help to the royal family. He wanted a role that was significant. He really wanted something more. The turning point, in a sense, was the start of the Second World War.
Undoubtedly, if all George had during the Second World War were the endless flag-waving tours, He would have been desperately frustrated. But the evidence is that that was a cover for other work, other missions, which unfortunately led to his death.
There are many people who now think that there is sufficient evidence to suggest that George served as more than just a ceremonial military figure, and was in fact involved in espionage activities at the highest levels of the British and Nazi governments. But the question is, whose side was he on? Suspicions about his wartime activities were further compounded when in 1942, less than 2 years after joining the Royal Air Force, tragedy struck.
As part of his wartime role with the RAF, Prince George was going to visit Iceland to inspect RAF bases. And on that August day, he'd gone up to Invergordon to join this Sunderland aircraft that he was going to be traveling in.
Weather conditions were good, and the two pilots were both very experienced, so it seemed as if it would be a very straightforward flight.
George, along with 14 passengers and crew aboard the short Sunderland flying boat, set off from RAF Invergordon on the east coast of Scotland and headed for Reykjavik in Iceland. The highly experienced crew had been specially hand-picked for the mission. But shortly after takeoff, and for reasons unknown, the plane turned inwards towards the Scottish hillside, heading away from their official destination. What happened next would be the subject of controversy for many years to come.
Prince George, along with several other men, died in horrific circumstances. And at some point during this flight, at 650 feet, he crashes into an outcrop called Eagle Rock. The plane split in half, and bodies are flown out of the plane everywhere. Prince George is probably killed straight away. That's the only mercy we can draw.
The explosion from the crash alerted the nearby residents of Caithness, who quickly rallied a search party to investigate the scene. George Beaton is a Caithness local. His father, Will Beaton, was a special constable on duty that day.
Because it was such a large area to search, they split into two groups. And the locals came on the crash first. They looked around and then decided to go home. And on the way out, they met my father and the other special constable. They said, "Don't bother going. They're all dead. We've had a look at them and they're all dead." But of course, the special constables had to go to the site. When my father arrived at the site, he said, of course, it was absolutely a scene of devastation spread over a huge area. And there were kroner notes, hundreds and hundreds of kroner notes flying about. He noticed this man with important, my father said, high-up insignia. And then he took a closer look, and he thought it was the king. Of course, my father had been in the war, and he knew exactly that there would be a bracelet. And they examined it, and of course it said, and my father said he'll never forget the day he dies what was on it. HRH, Duke of Kent.
The crash had left many unanswered questions, with no one able to fully explain exactly what had happened on that seemingly routine flight.
Why, with its engines at full throttle, did this very experienced pilot, Frank Goyen, bring the plane down to the level of only 700 feet, and then it thundered into the hillside?
But there was one person who may have been able to shed light on what caused the plane to career into the side of a hill.
The first announcements of the crash said that everybody had been killed on board. This wasn't actually true.
Flight Sergeant Andrew Jack was given the job of rear gunner, positioned at the back of the plane. Miraculously, he had been thrown clear of the wreckage on impact.
Andy Jack had been thrown clear, and obviously he was suffering from shock. He left the site of the crash, and he seemed to be intent on putting as much distance between himself and the crash as possible, and then set out to get help. It's almost like he didn't want anything to do with it. Andy Jack was in a side room in hospital, and when his sister went to visit him, she found two men already there, one apparently very high up from the RAF, another very high up, strangely perhaps, from the Admiralty, and they shoot her out, and they got him to sign something, which she thought must have been the Official Secrets Act. It's more than a possibility, horrible though it is to contemplate, that Kent's plane was actually sabotaged, and Andy Jack was silenced about what really happened.
But if the crash was no accident, as some people claim, then who could have been responsible for it? And what reason would they have had to want Prince George dead?
George's brother, when he became the Duke of Windsor, after he'd abdicated from being Edward VIII, he famously visited Nazi Germany and was even photographed, giving a Hitler salute.
It's well known that Edward was very sympathetic towards the Nazi Party during the 1930s. Probably not as well known is the fact that many of the other minor royals were quite sympathetic too, because they had a lot of German relatives. They were quite proud of their German ancestry, and they didn't want to risk going to war with Germany again.
There's a great deal of evidence that the royal family were actively seeking to sue for peace with Germany, and that Prince George was a major player.
Some people now believe that Prince George and other high-ranking members of the establishment were hoping to secure a peace deal with Nazi Germany and put an end to the Second World War. But there was one person standing in their way.
Who is the biggest obstacle to making peace with the Germans, with making peace with Hitler? It's Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill was hated by the royal family, certainly when he first came to power. He was hated by a huge number of people in government and aristocracy, and he was seen to be a warmonger.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender.
There's a theory that people like Prince George and others were involved in a plot to oust Churchill.
Due to his military experience, Churchill had been appointed Prime Minister of Great Britain in 1940. At the time, there were some who felt that he was excessively pro-war and neglected to explore ways to find a faster and more peaceful end to the conflict. Did George share this view and want Churchill removed? And if so, how did he intend to do it?
One of the obvious ways to oust Winston Churchill would be to mount their own clandestine rebellion. The first we know, and have hard evidence, historically speaking, of this royal and aristocratic peace deal behind the scenes, was really Rudolf Hess's dramatic flight from Nazi Germany in the middle of the war over to Scotland.
Rudolf Hess was an important and influential member of the Nazi Party, so highly trusted by Adolf Hitler that he had been made Deputy Führer. But in May 1941, In an act that still baffles historians to this day, Hess decided to get in a plane and fly to Scotland.
The flight made by Rudolf Hess to Britain in 1941 is one of the enduring mysteries of the Second World War. And even today, it's astonishing to think that this man, who was the deputy Führer, who had stood by Hitler's side for decades, decides simply to get in a Messerschmitt 110 and fly secretly from Germany all the way to Scotland.
Some people believe that he had intended to navigate his way to Dungavel House, the home of the Duke of Hamilton, where he hoped to take part in talks aimed at removing Winston Churchill and negotiating peace between Britain and Germany. But all did not go as planned.
Hess's plane was wildly off course. He never got to Duke of Hamilton's estate. When Hess was captured after his plane crash, he kept saying, "Take me to the Duke of Hamilton, and I have a safe passage from the king." And of course, the Duke of Hamilton, when faced with this, said, "Don't know anything about it, the man's crazy." Hitler said the man's crazy, he stole a plane. Churchill said the man's crazy. Was Hess crazy?
Author of numerous books on Rudolf Hess, John Harris, has been researching the mystery of the flight to Scotland for over 17 years. He believes that Hess was not acting alone, and that the flight had taken place with the full knowledge of not only Adolf Hitler, but members of the British establishment.
He took off at 5:45 from Augsburg, flew on a bearing of 335, which took him over Cologne. He carried on, hit the Dutch coast, turned 90 degrees to the right, followed the Frisian Islands, then turned 90 degrees to the left, then went straight up the middle of the North Sea. He flew across lowland Scotland at great speed, hit the west coast just south of Ardrossan, turned inland, went to Eaglesham and bailed out. That's the official story of the flight. A Messerschmitt 110 can only fly for 2 hours normally on a normal fuel landing. It was a long flight. According to the official story, Hess was in the air for 5 hours 24 minutes, so we know that he must have landed, else his engines would have seized somewhere, we believe, around the Northumbrian coast.
If Rudolf Hess did have to land and refuel, what does that tell us about the circumstances surrounding the flight?
The official story, again, was that Hess was on a solo peace mission. He'd gone mad, jumped in a plane and flown to the enemy. So the moment you start introducing landings en route and Luftwaffe connivance and knowledge, it blows a hole in the story that it was a solo peace mission without sanction from anybody.
Over the years, there have been an increasing number of theories put about that Hess actually had some form of backing from Hitler to make peace, but also there were also perhaps secret conversations through members of perhaps the British royal family, British aristocracy, some senior political figures who are also trying to achieve the same thing. And so therefore, so much of the Hess flight is caught up in this very murky world of the demi-monde, aristocracy, spies, and people in Britain doing really what they shouldn't be doing.
It actually does look, the more you go into it, that Hess was telling the truth. He had come over for a pre-arranged meeting with not only with Hamilton, but with other aristocrats and even representatives of the royal family, specifically George, Duke of Kent.
Prince George was living very near and in that part of Scotland at the same time. And so therefore there is a theory that seems quite reasonable, that maybe the Duke of Kent was the man that Hess was wanting to come and see, and not in fact the Duke of Hamilton. And if that's the case, then things get very complicated indeed.
But is there any evidence to prove that Prince George was intending to meet with Hess?
Tellingly, One of the employees at Dungavel, who was there that night, said that the landing strip had been lit up, obviously waiting for a plane to come in, and that at the house there was a very distinguished welcoming party, including, as she said, the Duke. And when challenged that in fact the Duke of Hamilton wasn't there that night, she said, no, not the Duke of Hamilton, the Duke of Kent.
The whereabouts of Prince George cannot be corroborated. I've tried desperately to find out where he was that evening. The 10th of May, or that weekend, are not recorded. We have tentatively concluded that there was actually a coup attempt underway on May the 10th, 1941. A coup attempt that failed. It clearly failed, but a coup attempt nonetheless.
Could Prince George have been involved in a plot to overthrow Churchill and make peace with Hitler? And if so, did his attempt cost him his life?
There are some people who maintain, even to this day, that the crash was no accident, and in fact was essentially an assassination. Because, and this is the pretty outlandish theory in my opinion, because Churchill knew that they were plotting against him and he wanted to kill Prince George as the ringleader of this potential coup.
It was on record that he was on a very important mission. I'd quite like to believe that it was important war work and there wasn't any conspiracy theory, there wasn't anybody sort of, putting bombs on planes or assassinating members of the royal family.
I don't think personally that there was a cover-up of any specific issue. But that said, we perhaps will never know.
Everything about that story is virtually impossible to research through official channels. You have to piece together what happened, bit by painful bit. There are major questions over what really happened to Prince George.
All the files relating to the true events have been misplaced or removed or are still sealed. So we'll never really know what George was up to during the late 1930s, early 1940s.
Since his death, countless astonishing theories and claims have been made about Prince George. But when it comes to the exact details of George's life and his involvement in wartime activities, opinion remains divided. Will we ever really know the truth about Prince George? Or will his life, in much the same way as his death, remain a mystery?
I think there are some unanswered questions about Prince George's role in the war and indeed the exact circumstances of his crash. I think that actually on the surface, that no, he wasn't acting against Churchill, and I don't think the crash was anything other than a terrible accident. However, I do find it strange that the royal household has not opened its papers on people like Prince George during this period. It raises suspicion, and it does make people question as to what may have been going on behind the scenes. I think if and when those papers are ever released, we'll then get the full answers. And until then, there's always going to be room to look at stories like this and wonder whether what we know is what we've been told and not the truth.